What's up, everyone? Before we get things started today, I wanted to let you know that Into the Fray is back. That's right, Ironclad's flagship series that shows you behind the scenes of how we do what we do is here to stay. Check out a sneak peek here. We are done with the first scene, which was the cell block scene, and now we're going to do the scene where two guards transport James Reese.
When I look at any project, I always try to envision how it will be in its final state, but I also try to think about who I'm working with in the crew. The good news is the crew for this is all an Ironclad team, and we're so well oiled. This was one of those ones that we really just had fun as a group with.
This is the Danger Close podcast, Beyond the Books with me, Jack Carr. Welcome to the Danger Close podcast, an Ironclad original presented by Navy Federal Credit Union. My novel, Only the Dead, the sixth novel in the James Reese Terminal List series, is on shelves right now. My guest today is my friend, Logan Stark. Logan is a former Marine Corps sniper, the VP of Media for Black Rifle Coffee, and recently completed 7 jumps on 7 continents in 7 days to raise money for the Folds of Honor Foundation. So now, without further ado, Logan Stark. Here we go! Logan! Dude! It is awesome to have you up here. Thank you for making the trek and working your way through that canyon over on the other side and then back.
It was quite a journey to get over here.
I like to keep it spicy.
Yeah, it was. I'm driving Ford Escape, one of those little shitty SUVs right now, and I just my GPS kept switching, and at one point I was just backwards sliding down this hill because I had no traction, and it was as I was getting a phone call and I was trying to text you. And it's Boo said that. I was like, something's got to be majorly wrong. Okay, so
I think we need to add when people come up that it needs to be 4-wheel drive. We should probably add that to the list. That might be useful and safer.
Yeah. You would think that there wouldn't be as many differences. You think with the level of technology that we've reached now, you can now ask artificial intelligence platforms any type of question and get an answer back. You can use artificial intelligence to shit out a logo or a design or a website, but we can't figure out how to get Google Maps and Apple Maps to give the same routes. You know what I mean? It's okay.
Yeah, well, you made it. You're safe. So we did have somebody come up once, and they were in a Dodge Charger, and when they came up, it was sunny, and by the time we finished and they got back in their car, they couldn't make it out of the driveway and just slid right off the road because it started snowing, which it is now. So maybe we'll see what happens later today.
Yeah, it's. I didn't expect it to be snowing up here.
Yeah,
it's I was
crazy.
in Arizona last week, and it's 90 degrees all day, and then shoot up here real quick.
Yeah.
And, it's quite a bit different.
A little different. Awesome. And you are not drinking caffeine right now like I am right here with my Black Rifle Coffee Espresso 300 milligram triple shot, 100% Colombian coffee, which is awesome. But you're off it for a little bit.
Yeah, I decided to take a break. Couple reasons. The first primary, the little seed that kind of started the whole thing was a podcast that Joe Rogan did. He had Michael Pollan on. Michael Pollan's, he's had a Netflix series mostly about psychedelic substances, and then he's written a book, The Life of Plants, and he really looks at the relationship that humans have with plants and the chemicals that plants provide, how we use them, how the history has come about with those things, what they do in our body, and yada yada. And he quit coffee for 3 months, and when he came back on it, he was like, it was this extremely wonderful, euphoric feeling. I felt like I had been shot out of a rocket ship. I was the most productive that I've ever been in a very long time. And that was enough for me, just that little tidbit to okay, I need to do that. I need to try that. And we've been with the 777 and jumping all over the world and coming back. And then I had a couple side projects that I was working on. And then Jericho and I just went and did the static line parachute course. I was like, I need to have a little bit of space to be able to do this. And then I also just want to provide that, like, that useful little hint of knowledge on what is the optimized amount of caffeine that we can do in a day. I think
it's 300. I had 3 of these in a day once. Then I don't know if I don't recommend it.
You had 3 of them in a day?
Yeah, it's before I knew. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, it's just good tasting, like cold coffee drink.
They are
and
delicious.
I hadn't really thought about, the amount of caffeine in here. So I had 3 the first time they showed up.
Yeah.
And
How was your day that day?
It was productive.
Yeah.
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was rocking.
And, obviously everybody's different. And that's what, like, I hope this spurs is other people kind of just want to go down their own little rabbit hole of figuring out how best to use coffee throughout their day. But 300 milligrams is kind of quote unquote currently the standard for how much kind of maximum you should be consuming in a day.
Not 900?
Not 900. But that being said, we also had the U.S. bobsled team on the Black Rifle podcast a while ago. And those guys do, the 4-man team, they do 900 milligrams of caffeine powder straight to the dome, like right before they take off.
Really?
Yeah.
Like in what kind of form?
Just like straight androgynous caffeine. Just a powder. Just like a scoop right in the mouth. Swallow it with water, and then
What does that taste like? Have you tried that?
No, I haven't tried that.
Maybe you should do this 3 months without, and then just
And
come
then the
back with that
first time?
first time. Just bam.
That's not a bad idea.
Just see
Maybe
what
I'll do
happens.
that. Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea.
Or maybe testing purposes.
Yeah.
It might not be the best way to go for what you want to accomplish, because you want to see how to use coffee as a tool for people so it can help maximize their performance throughout the day. Is that?
Yeah,
idea?
more or less from a cognitive standpoint, from a wake up standpoint, from like even a strength standpoint. So like I was saying with these, like if these bobsledders are, in all of those guys were like the most perfect Greek form of human you've ever seen. They were all like 6'2" to 6'4", 250 pounds, just chiseled.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, I can see that is like the premier like human form and function, just for straight explosive power.
Yeah.
And so there's some testing I want to do just as far as like, can it really improve strength? Like, how can you use this in a pre-workout, post-workout optimization capacity, or does it matter? Doesn't matter at all. And like, am I on a fool's journey here? I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
Yeah, let me know. For me, it's just a kind of habit, like just like my parents got up in the morning, they had coffee. I have memories of my dad sitting there at the kitchen table, reading the paper, having his coffee, and it was kind of, and when you're a kid, coffee does not smell or taste good for whatever reason. Then you kind of grow into it for whatever reason. So it's kind of the same today. When we get up, that's the first thing we do. And you saw our coffee maker, we're having issues in there. And I know I'm supposed to be doing the pour over, but with everything we have going on, we're shot out of a cannon every single morning, kids, dog, everything else going on around here. So to come wake up, hit that button, have the grinder start, and then the drip go from there, all is in one machine, is awesome. And with our last machine worked for a good year, but that grinder, I think, is hard on it maybe. And when it stopped, we just got another one, and that one didn't quite work for a year, and the grinder stopped. And then so we decided to get a new one, whatever that thing was you saw in there, and that's on like the maximum strength, and it's just putting out some brown water. Yeah. It's just not doing it. So I need to figure out a new solution there.
Yeah, it kind of looked like a knockoff thing that you would buy like on a deployment or something, to be honest with you. It's like a weird name.
Yeah, I think my wife just looked at reviews on Amazon or something and just chose that. Cause
do you think people go on Amazon and they like, because reviews drive so much. Do you think that these companies are like, hey, we're going to give $20 to 1,000 people, like go on there and write a good review?
Maybe. I don't know. I never look at reviews, and I don't think my wife, I think this is the first time she looked at reviews, and that's only because the last one just stopped working for us. So she was like, well, maybe I should read some reviews. That's what I'm guessing. I'll ask her later. And that's how we ended up with another thing that doesn't work sitting on the kitchen counter.
I mean, it's a clever idea. So much is based off of, podcasts, for example. Like when you start a podcast, if you get a lot of good reviews, like it helps the algorithm to promote your podcast. And I can't remember exactly what movie it was that came out last year, but I was like, this movie was awful. Like it was utterly awful. And the audience, I think the audience score on is it Flickster? with the Rotten Tomatoes, like
Rotten Tomatoes,
the scale for
Right.
everything. It was just astronomically high. It was
On the audience side or the critic side?
the audience side.
The audience side.
And I was like,
And you didn't like it.
No, nobody liked it. I can't remember what movie it was, but I was like, oh, that would make sense if they just like hire some people to go.
Interesting.
It's
You think
not
they'd be
that hard to believe?
Yeah, that'd be tough though, because then you get, I don't know. It's just, there's so many different sites and so many reviews. I don't know. It'd be tough, I think. It seems like cheating on a test. Like you put so much effort into it, you should have put that effort into being the best you could be and like studying. Like,
Actually
you know what I mean?
smarter.
Like, like if you're like in the movies, they always have like the bank robber or whatever, that can crack the safe and do all that stuff. But like if they took all that and applied it somewhere else, or like the hacker, it's a classic thing in the movie where they're doing it, but they could be using it for good type of a thing, or using it for using that energy elsewhere. I don't know, but someone, I'm sure someone's paid people for good reviews at some point. I don't know. It doesn't really, It kind of takes some of the power away, though.
Yeah,
I
but
think,
you need your one stop, one press button, coffee maker.
Yep. In the morning, stumble out, hit that thing, boom, you hear the grinder start immediately. It's going. You're just waiting a few minutes, and then boom, pour. You're good to go.
Yeah, you have been pushing such a trepid pace for 5 years, 6 years now.
Yeah, it's been a sprint.
Yeah. How are you doing with it? Like, are you still gung ho and like smiles?
Oh, I
the
love
whole
it.
time?
Yeah, no, I could not be more thrilled and more humbled that the books resonated, which gives me the opportunity to do all these other projects that we were talking about. So there's a lot on the plate, and I definitely need to get more efficient. I can't go to that level yet where my life becomes about efficiency and my whole day is just about efficiency. Like you hear, like Tim Ferriss talks about, like when he wakes up in the morning, I think doesn't he like hang from boots for 15 minutes, like from the ceiling, and then has some special tea with like some moss or something in it, and then journals, and then meditates. By this point, no, we're up, got to get these kids fed to school. Back here, there's calls, there's podcasts, there's writing, you gotta go. There's no, by the time I got through with the workout phase, and then the cold bath, and then the back and forth to the sauna, and to maximize my potential as a human, it'd be time to pick the kids up at school again and get them to after school stuff. So it's I've decided to just push all that stuff to the side and just get up, hit that button on the coffee machine, rock about 900 milligrams of caffeine,
just ride it,
and just go.
Ride it
out. Just go, because there's so many different projects on the plate right now. But I could not be more thrilled.
Yeah. Does that seem to be the trend right now from your perspective on media? Is all of these people with like their daily protocols that are coming out? Like I just saw Lex Friedman had one, and
like what they do for the day. Yeah. I can't do it. And this isn't a new thing for me. Like right off the bat, I was like, all these people putting this stuff out, and this was years ago. This is as I was discovering social media, I guess, or discovering podcasts or whatever. I was like, none of these people have kids. Like none of these people can have kids. And if they do, they have a nanny that's getting them ready for school, getting them fed, and getting them to the bus stop, or getting them to their school, multiple schools. We have 3 different ones that we're getting people to. I'm not all in on the full on efficiencies of your day thing. Maybe I'll come back and say, 5 years from now, I'll be like, oh, my life is so much better. I got up and I meditated, and then I had my peat moss little tea, and then I hung from my boots.
My mud water. I hung from my boots.
Yeah. No. Yeah. And if I did any of those things, I cannot imagine what look I would get from my wife or kids as we're trying to like get out the door. I'm like, oh, hold on, I just need to finish my meditative session.
Go warm up the car. I need more blood to my brain upside down before we take off, please.
I can't be most efficient in my day until I have my 3.5 more minutes of hang time. Or whatever. Like that's just that's not working for our family. It's just it's a thing. But and great, it's working for people. But I put it in the same category as you can study how to do something your entire life now and never execute. Like for books. I read On Writing by Stephen King. I read The Successful Novelist by David Morrell. I read Stephen Pressfield's books on creativity. But you could read the rest of your life on how to do that. And you could get online and read blogs and get advice from people and whatever, and think about it and study it, and never actually sit down and write, because there's so much. And I kind of put those daily efficiencies in the same category as, by the time I've done all these things, it's time to pick up the kids at school. And I didn't write, and I didn't get done what I needed to get done. Now there's people counting on me, my family in particular, to get these things done. So
yeah. Does
I
it
kinda
seem
put
like
in the
too
same
much
category.
practice and not enough practical application to you?
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Yeah.
And I could totally be wrong. And believe me, I try to frame things like this all the time. Just because something's working for me does not mean that it's right for you.
Right.
I'm just doing what I'm doing. So for somebody else, it might make sense for them to get up and hang from the boots and drink the tea and do their meditation and then to journal and then to do the cold bath and the sauna and then to do their workout that's specific to whatever they're doing to maximize their body for the life or whatever. But yeah, it's not. No.
Yeah, no,
I'm good.
What about on specifically the writing side when you're putting words on page? Is there do you have anything that you do prior to like, all right, I'm gonna have a session? Are you preparing anything? Are you getting anything to look at?
Coffee, some water, something to drink. I like having something to drink right there. Every now and again, a snack. Once again, not the things that are making you most efficient, like a bowl of popcorn, maybe something like that to throw in the microwave. Yeah. But I just need quiet. And I need uninterruption. I just need to be there without interruption for hours. And that's what I need. I don't need a view. I don't need anything specifically set up. I take my watch off. I put it down. I don't even look at it. The time just goes so fast. But I don't have writer's block. I think that's, I heard Stephen Pressfield talk about it years ago. And he said, you don't hear a dentist talking about getting dentist block. You don't hear a truck driver talking about getting trucker's block. You're a professional, you're a writer, you sit down and work. And for me, that was very liberating to hear before I started down this path. But I just need some place where I can write, where I'm not interrupted. And I used to write at the library. So I wrote the third and fourth book at the local library in the little study cubicles that they have. And I'd get booted out of there after the high school got out, because then you could only be in there 2 hours if someone was waiting. So I'd get booted out by kids needing to work on a history project or something like that. So I did that for the third and the fourth book. The first one was just in a little office off our bedroom in Coronado, California, when I was still in the military. And that was between like 10 o'clock at night and 2 or 3 in the morning, because that was the only time it was quiet and I wasn't going to be interrupted. Now it's harder to do that sort of thing. It's harder for me to write late at night, just because it's only been a few years, but by the time I get those kids to bed now. And for this last one, I pulled 3 all-nighters in a period of about a week and a half. And just a couple of years ago, no problem. This time, I was hurting.
Yeah.
The all-nighters definitely hurt a lot more. There's this window like between, 3:30 and maybe 5:30 or something, where you're just like, oh man. But hey, that's an uninterrupted writing time.
Yeah.
So the closer I get to an actual hard deadline, I just write more, just out of necessity.
And you will do like a retreat too, right?
For the last book, I rented Airbnbs in town just so I could not be interrupted.
Yeah.
And it worked great. I went on the third one, I found a little cabin up here where I could still see my house, so I could look at the kids with binos and I could hit them with a flashlight at night. It was about a mile away and I was up on a hill and I was looking across in the last place we were in. And that was great. Worked out so well. And then I tried it again this time. My wife rented the same place in September, so I could just go there for a few weeks and just write. And it didn't feel right. It was just, I felt bad being away from the kids. I'd been on so many deployments and all these other things, and it wasn't working. So I came back here, which probably added a couple months to the writing process, as did this book being longer than the others, which I didn't anticipate at the outset. You're not really sure, or at least I'm not, exactly how long it's going to be. I thought it'll be 115,000 words, around there. And I passed 115, passed 120, passed 125, passed 130, passed 135. So this one is I have a copy. They just arrived the other day, by the way. So I have one for you.
Oh, yes.
But it's, you'll be the first one I hand it to. It just arrived yesterday. But it's the longest one to date. But I didn't anticipate that. And that probably added about a month and a half or so to the writing process, just because it ended up being longer, just naturally. So there's not anything I need to do, like to set up. Nothing has to be perfect. It just has to be quiet, and the interruptions have to be at a minimum.
Yeah.
You know?
What about as far as going through your rough writing process? Are you just straight in the laptop, or are you doing any handwriting? Are you doing any whiteboarding? Are you doing any note cards? Are you
Yeah, I do the note cards for the scripts, and that's new to me. I'm still learning all that stuff. So I'm writing the final episode of this the spin-off series that we're doing for the Amazon series that then leads into the second book, True Believer. So the showrunner is just amazing, David DiGilio, amazing guy. So we're co-creating this one together based on characters from my novels. But this one, there's not a book to compare it to. So which is great because some people just look at the book, look at the screen, compare, and if it's not exactly the same, they hate it. So this takes that away. So we're creating this out of whole cloth. It's a prequel. Ben Edwards is one of the characters in the novel, and it shows how he goes from the SEAL teams to the CIA, essentially how he becomes bad, essentially. Yeah. And it's really cool. It goes on this international espionage type thriller, so moves things out of the, just a strict revenge thriller, moves into this international espionage type of a genre, and it's awesome. I'm so fired up about it. But for this one, so me and the showrunner will put up all the cards and did all that stuff, all the ABC storylines and all that. So I was really learning a lot about that. So I bought a whiteboard, a huge whiteboard about as big as this, maybe half this wall right here, maybe a little bigger than that. And it's in the garage still. I need to take it out because the one upstairs that you saw in my business office is too small. There's just too much going on. So I have one's going to be an entire wall. So I will use that for writing now as well, just so I can move some things around, and you can do it on a program called Scrivener, and I used that for the third novel, and I loved it because you could drag and drop chapters instead of having to copy and paste like in Word, and you could kind of see it all, and you could press a button, and it would throw the cards, it would turn them into cards, put them up on the screen with the title of the chapter, if you had a title, or just like chapter 18, and like the first two sentences. So you could be like, oh, that's okay, I'm taking chapter 17, should really be chapter 12, drag, drop. Ooh, that flows better. And it was really great. I don't know why I didn't use it going forward, because you have to convert it back to Word and send it to your publisher in Word, or I do anyway. But I just went with Word, and I think it was just because I have to have so many things going on. Just that small process of converting and kind of learning how this other program works, and I didn't quite optimize it, but it was great. So if people are out there starting and they're not on a deadline, I think Scrivener's a great way to go. But point being, it does put things in that card format like you're talking about, and I think it could be quite useful for writers. But yeah, going forward, I'll have that full wall, and I think I'll use that a little more on this next book, book 7, the whiteboard. But I don't typically do it for the stories. For the stories, I do the title first because I don't like to be worried about having a good title. I don't like wasting bandwidth there. And to create the theme, the 1 or 2 sentences now that are going to guide everything that happens in the story. And then I write the 1-page executive summary, and I look at that and I ask myself, is this worth the next year and a half of my life? And if that answer is yes, then I ask a second question. If someone else were to read this, like walking by Hudson News in the airport and pull the book off the shelf and read the back or the flap jacket, would they be willing to invest time in this story, time that they're never going to get back? And if I'm like, okay, yeah, I think so, then bam, all in. I take that, turn it into the outline, and then turn the outline into the narrative. So that's how it's been for all the books thus far.
Yeah.
So,
cool.
Yeah.
Now, you're pretty busy, obviously, as we've discussed. And in the middle of this, you're like, let's do another show with this spinoff with Taylor Kitsch. Was that your idea to put that forward?
Yep. So the idea of a spinoff. So
you're just loading it up.
So, but the idea of a spinoff was my idea, but it was a different spinoff, and then which might turn into another one later. Then Chris called and was like, hey, I didn't even tell him. I don't know if I even told him about the spinoff. I can't remember if I did or not. Regardless, I had a treatment all set up, the outline, sent it to showrunner. So I had a spinoff in the works. And then Chris called and was like, hey, man, you got a second? And I was like, yeah, I think I can carve out a second for you, Chris. Yeah. And he's like, hey, what do you think about a spinoff of specifically Ben Edwards' character? And I was like, absolutely. That's the right answer to that question. Because you have a fan favorite character. Taylor crushed it. And it's one of those characters that I think was developed more fully for the show than I had developed it in the book. And Taylor just took it to the next level, and he's inherently likable anyway. And so it just made total sense to go with that spin-off next. So I was all in right away, and then dove into creating it with David DiGilio, the showrunner. So it's created by us. He came out here and we used the whiteboard and put it all up in the office. Actually, I had another one that was leaning against the wall. So 2 smaller whiteboards that we were using front and back, and putting it all together. And then, take that, put it into a little treatment to pitch to Amazon. And then they loved it and gave us all the thumbs up. And off we went to the races, bringing in writers for the writer's room, and then going forward with outlines for each episode, and then turning those outlines into the scripts. So that's when the stage we're in right now is that outline phase, and then we'll start turning those into scripts. I guess when the writer's strike is over, because apparently by the time this airs, it will have already happened and maybe still be going on. But there's a writer's strike that's coming in about a week from now. Yeah, so we're gonna get as far as we can by then, and I'm not part of the WGA yet. I will be after this, after I write this final episode to this. That's the Writers Guild, but there'll be pens down for a while that they negotiate and figure things out. But I'm not part of that, so I can continue to do my thing.
Yeah, and given that, is there a timeline for the spinoff?
There is, but I don't think they've announced it fully yet. Okay.
So, but that has to be done before season 2.
Yeah, we'll roll right from this one into season 2. And a lot of that's based on Chris's schedule because he's booked so far out. He has so many awesome projects, you know. But I just feel so fortunate that this resonated with him, and he wants to do this, and he's so amazing, and Antoine's so amazing, and David Agilia. We just got such a solid team working.
Yeah,
on this.
that was one thing when that came out, and I remember talking before it was done, and when it was in development, I'm like, this is all stars.
It was, and I had so many people come up to me on set who didn't have to, that said they'd been on hundreds of Hollywood sets and have never felt like this on a set before. And that's all due to, like, Antoine was like the commanding officer, like, of a team. He's like the CO up there at the top. And then Chris was like the troop commander. So he's like that tactical level leader. And then Antoine was like the strategic level leader. But all that filters down. Mm-hmm. And people who've been in the military or in a company with a CO and like a COO, let's say, who are toxic, I can totally see how if you had one of those, like number one on the call sheet or the director, totally toxic, how that can just infect an entire set of 300, 350 people. And luckily we had the opposite. And so many people came up to just make a point of telling me that. And that's pretty cool because those guys come on set and they are positive, they are funny, they are inspiring. Everybody wants to bring their A game and be a part of it, which is a pretty cool thing to be a part of.
Yeah. You could definitely tell it had a certain mystique to it as you guys were going through and film and stuff, and then just the overall the larger command that it took for people to like see you, Jack Carr, a guy who had a long military career, a wonderful military career, and then like you're an author and now you got a series. Like, it is so inspirational to see, you just leading from the front on this front. Like, I have to believe that there's, people who are active right now that are like looking at you, looking at Black Rifle, looking at all these different entities where like, oh man, like there's a lot of possibility. There is a lot of possibility with what's going on. And like, man, I really, I feel that way myself. Like I'm a kid from Middle Michigan. I worked on a farm growing up. I picked asparagus and I sold peas. And if you would have told me then what would transpire in my life since then, there would have been no means or method in which I would have like been able to comprehend even what you were telling me. But that is one of those things that, like, when you look at America, and what's really great about America is that these middle American small town kids can just say, you know what, I want to do something different. I want to be of service. I want to serve. I'm going to raise my right hand. I'm going to go into the military, even if it's for a short period of time, earn a reserve capability. Like, that opens up so much world. It opens up so much perspective into yourself, into what it means to be a part of a brotherhood, what it means to be a part of a tribe. And then that, when you embrace that stuff, I think the best piece of advice before I got into the military was like, it is what you make it, man. Like, you can take that thing and you can hate every step of the process, and you can do nothing but bitch about superiors and really complain about the whole thing. Cause like, let's be honest, it's awful. It's dumb. It's boring. Like, there's so many horrible parts about it, but that doesn't matter. That's just a part of the process. Like, that's the way life is in general. Not every single moment is going to be euphoric and something that's going to make a big impact on your life. But being and dealing with that stuff, exposing yourself to these certain types of things. And like, when I read your books, I'm like, I doubt he has to like do very much research or like character development. Like I bet it just flows through him because you have such a long career within the military and you've seen all these different characters, and like you can build these things probably on the go almost because you were in the military for so long and you exposed yourself to all these crazy parts of life. It comes through in your writing in such a wonderful way. And I hope that, you know, young people and people that are active in the military, like think about that and like taking, okay, like those mundane moments. And I was talking to Jericho Denman the other day about, like, we don't have any photos of our mundane moments,
right.
or a lot of them. Like he's like, I don't have a photo of us cleaning weapons.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't either.
Yeah.
Why don't we have that? I would love a photo of me and the guys cleaning weapons, you know, but like everybody was always doing it at the same time. But it happened every day, but you have no documentation of that whatsoever. Mm-hmm. And it is those mundane moments that I really, truly miss a lot of times.
Interesting.
And that I wish that I had documented those things.
Yeah.
And so I think that serves a really strong purpose, is that like I didn't have that foresight when I was in the military to really be like, oh, I could take all this stuff and write a book necessarily, or like, oh, this is so interesting. If I just stay with this long enough and really force myself to have really strong and good perspective on what I'm going through within the military, it can be of so much value to you. Like it can be such a good character study within people. You can learn how to interact, how to lead, like all of these different things that like on the surface, you're like, oh yeah, that's for sure there. But you get into the weeds and you're like, this is boring. Like command doesn't make sense. And like, what about all this other tertiary stuff that you can use after you get out? You don't really realize that. But when you see you writing books and doing TV shows and hang out with Chris Pratt, and then some of these other awesome veteran-owned businesses like Origin and Jocko and what he's doing, it's like, this is awesome, man.
A lot of opportunity. And there's always been opportunity in this country. Now you can just take ownership of a lot more of it because there are these platforms that weren't available in 1985 if you were starting a business. Different types of advertising, you know, today. And that authenticity side of it is so much more important today than it ever was in the past because of that connection to that audience. Yeah. So if you're an individual that's coming out of the military or whatever it might be with nothing, well, guess what? These platforms exist for you to be able to make your mark and to let people know that you're out there and to add value to people's lives. And if you have a widget, let people know that widget exists. And I watched you guys. And I'm so glad that I did not have a background in marketing or did not work at Google or anything like that. So there's nothing for me to fall back on and say, oh, you know what, in my last company we did this, or this is what you do on social media for outreach, or I had zero. I didn't even want anything to do with Facebook. I didn't want anything to do with MySpace before that. I didn't want anything to do with Instagram. In the military, all I saw were the negatives of that for my particular profession at the time. Now it's a little different. Now if you have, especially if you're in the darker side of special operations and the human side of special operations at some of the maybe top tier units or intelligence agencies, now if you have no social media presence and you're 25, 30, 35, and that's the red flag. Before, it was just like, if, let's say 2006 or whatever, 7, you have a Facebook account and you're linked to so-and-so and so-and-so, or facial recognition. Now you're here under alias, maybe if you're with an intelligence agency, but wait a sec, we have your, this facial recognition is attached in this photo to someone with the last name over here who's linked to this wife from another platoon in the SEAL teams a couple of years ago. How do you explain that, Mr. Software salesman guy who's coming over the border here and wherever? Yeah. So no, now it's a little different because almost everyone has some sort of public presence, and now it's odd if you don't. So anyway, that's something I can explore in the pages of my novels. But point being, I looked at you guys as I was getting out. I'm like, look at how they leveraged these modern platforms that weren't available 20, 30 years ago that are available now to build an audience. And what is their widget? It's coffee. And look at that coffee. It is great. Like at that base level, it has to be great. It can't be just, just get it from somewhere and it's all burnt and it's just something, but we're going to make it seem cool through all no, it has to be great at that base level. The widget, the book, the coffee has to be the best that it can possibly be. And now here we have the outreach. Now we have these awesome videos on YouTube, and we have these cool photos and on Instagram, and it brings people in, part of this culture, part of this community, and they get to know you and know your backgrounds. And now you have a connection with this person, whether it's aspirational or it's because they served also in the Marine Corps, 40 years ago or whatever. And they're like, oh, look at these guys getting out. I'm gonna try their coffee, whatever it might be. Yeah. But the base level product has to be the best it can be. And your coffee is, and in my book, I make it the best it can possibly be, but then people have to know you exist. So I watched you guys and I was like, oh, look what they're doing. They're building a business on their own, using these modern platforms. I better figure out what this Instagram thing is. So I'm going to watch. So I watched it for like a year before I even created an account.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. It's kind of what I feel like I'm doing now, as far as, being really observant with what's going on, and like you were saying, the people with their protocols and their ice baths and they're hanging upside down and all this stuff. Like, there is everyone knew the power of social media. People were participating in, but now the amount of creators, the people that are actively participating in it from a creation standpoint, I feel like is so much higher. Like, there is so much media. It is exhausting.
Exactly. Now there's a lot more distractions for sure.
Yeah. And when you look at Black Rifle and like what Matt and Evan and Jared like really did really, really well, was have the widget that's really good. The coffee it was always made me laugh whenever people came up and they were like, oh yeah, I tried your coffee, it's actually pretty good. It's like, why would you assume that it's not? Like,
I know
you've got all these,
it has to be
special operations guys that have like been the cream of the crop their whole entire careers. Why would you think that now they would put forward some shitty product and put all this effort into marketing it and trying to grow it and build an audience and give something back to their community?
People are cynical.
Yeah. Or maybe that's just the standard, and that's the standard people are used to participating in. But I think, I'm curious if you ever thought this when you were developing the books and like what character you really wanted to lean in. But it was like, the fallback was always just like, create something you want to see. Create something very unique that does fit into a certain standard, as far as like, oh, it's really good. Like, the widget has been thought about in depth.
Oh yeah.
And that's what I think a lot of people like really don't take enough time, whether that's like a concept they're trying to put forward, a business plan, like get into the weeds on that thing and like beat it up.
Yeah.
Like, be able to say, I went so far in depth into this thing that I am an expert now in all these other different things that it's going to touch, because I had to go from idiot to expert. And you can do a lot by going from idiot to expert. Like, I'm a perfect example of that.
I would say what an idiot. But I thought of it also in terms of starting a computer company in your garage in like 1976, 77, 78, 79, with the idea that you were going to put one of these things in every household in America, in the world. And but no one really knew. People thought of computers as maybe they saw something on the news once and it took up a whole room. Some computer in the 60s from the government or whatever it was, or IBM. That's what they thought
like
of.
A weird Star Wars set.
Yeah,
it's just like,
and
as cool.
Yeah, and their computer is a calculator essentially, with maybe printing out some stuff for their taxes like that. But now you have your thing developed, and it is the best computer you can possibly build in your garage in 1977. And guess what? Now you have to let people know it exists. So I kind of thought about it the same way as a startup. At first, before worrying about Instagram or a website or whatever, an agent, a publisher, that computer had to be the best it can possibly be. It has to work as advertised. It has to revolutionize people's lives, or whatever you're thinking in your garage when you're building that computer in the late 70s. And I thought the same thing with publishing. First, the book has to be the best that it can possibly be, and then I'll worry about the other things. Otherwise, bandwidth is being taken up thinking about, how am I going to do this marketing stuff? How am I going to find an agent? How am I going to get this thing published?
Right.
No, none of that until that widget is the best that it can possibly be. And so that's kind of the approach that I took to it. But it was cool. It was great going down to see Evan walking me through, showing me how you're making the coffee, how you're roasting it, the differences between other huge coffee manufacturers that I've seen since I was a kid in grocery store shelves, and how you just get that stuff out there, how you just essentially just burn it. And once you understand that, then you really can taste the difference. Once you realize, they taste different before, like, why is this one so bitter? Or why is this one whatever? Yeah. Now you understand the process and why Folgers in a can taste different from somebody who has like a small roaster somewhere, who's taking their time, who has the temperature set just right, who's flipping the beans, doing all that stuff, knows where it comes from exactly. Like, all that stuff is so important. And now you get to share that. Because 30 years ago, how are you going to share that? Like, I don't know, maybe if you got an interview somewhere, maybe someone heard it, but today, come from the source. Yeah. And trust is a huge thing, just like leadership in the military. It's all about trust, or leadership in life. It's all about trust up and down the chain of command. My people above me have to trust me. People below me in the chain have to trust me. That's how you do it here in the private sector. Also, you're building trust through those interactions. So it's a really cool time, I think, to be developing anything, whether it's a widget or something creative, whatever it is. It's a great time to be able to do that and not have to rely on someone else.
Yeah, it's really fun. And then, whether that be in a military command capability or, as a writer, a businessman or whatever, like having the ability to bend towards what your audience or your customer wants, or what
adapt.
Yeah. Like, for example, we, much to my dismay, I don't know if you remember, we had a Sniper's Hide coffee.
I do remember that there was a bag or something called that. Yeah.
There was a Sniper's Hide coffee. It was back when we still had the like roll top ones, the skinnier bags.
Okay.
I feel like we got rid of those. It's been 4 years or something.
Okay.
And the customers, the coffee drinkers of America, they weren't buying it.
Really?
They weren't buying it. Primarily because it was a lighter roast, and like most people are like, I want my dark roast. Really? I want my fork to be able to stand up.
I do like the light roast myself.
I do too.
But I like light roast on the darkest setting is what I like, with a little honey and a little cream in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
You like your honey.
I'm sorry.
It's good. But so we completely shifted the roast scale. Okay. Like, we got rid of Sniper's Hide, and we're like, all right, you guys want dark coffee? We're shifting everything over. We're gonna make it.
What's the darkest? AK is it, or the
darkest is Murdered Out?
Murdered Out. Okay.
Yeah. And now the lightest is Silencer Smooth.
I like my Silencer Smooth.
That's
my revenge blend coffee at officialjackcar.com. I think we're working on another one. We're working on like an actual bag with artwork on it, like a legit.
Good. What are you thinking for the design on that?
I don't know. I haven't gotten to that stage yet. I just know that it's in the works. Okay. So I'm not sure, but it's gonna be cool. I know it's gonna be cool.
Yeah. I just see. God, it made me think of 30 Seconds Out, and Evangelista, and I love all this stuff that dude designs.
Yeah.
And I love talking about the good things about social media. It's like all the veteran artists that are out there now.
Oh yeah.
We just did a little put out for more veteran artists to submit.
I saw that.
Submit.
It's like a new campaign to bring them in, like highlight their work.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Is that through Coffee or Die, or is it through like what?
It's just channel? Black Rifle. Okay. It was like we had been doing it in a capacity. We're like, Evan's like, let's make this official and something that we do on a regular basis.
Nice.
And so we're all like pulling in new guys and stuff like that. But I would like to see. Do you remember those old Simpson posters when it was like every character from The Simpsons
on a poster? I don't know if I remember a poster.
It was really cool. And a couple different series have done that before. And I'm like, what if we did every weapon from the Jack Carr universe?
Nice. I like it.
In like one.
I already like it.
Right? I don't know if it would fit on a coffee bag, but I would buy that poster.
It's a lot of weapons.
I would buy that poster for sure.
It's a lot of weapons. I did a blog thing on the weapons of the terminalist, so I did that. I do a little gear guide for each book that's on my blog that talks about the different weapons in that one. And I like them to be characters. And this one in particular, this one has some cool weaponry in it, because I go back to his dad and Vietnam era stuff, and there's everything kind of comes together in this book, answers a lot of questions that are generations in the making, but there's some cool World War II and Vietnam era stuff in this one. So I like how they tell a story. And instead of just like typing in Navy SEAL Vietnam knife and see what pops up and be like, oh, let's do that. I like really getting into the history of these things and making sure that the weapons tell a story, that the weapons complement that character, that the weapons are characters in and of themselves. I think it's important for me. So that'd be a cool one.
Yeah, because I think they're that way in our lives too, right? Like I immediately just started thinking about my M1 carbine, and the feeling that I get when I shoot that thing is so different than shooting a lot of other firearms that like I almost like have it memorized, what it feels like, and then it just always goes back to like anytime I'm like thinking about World War II, and I'm just like, it's always a good time for me because I'm like, man, we have it so easy comparatively to what those guys had to go through, and like it just takes me to a place of ultimate gratitude, and I think that we can like really learn and become better people when we're just like grateful of a generation of something that people had to go through, and like think back, like, man, I remember like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like a lot of people, or at least you hear some dialogue take up of like how horrible it was that we did that, and like, yes, a lot of people died as a result of that because they bombed Pearl Harbor. And I remember I had a professor that was in the Army, and he was telling me, he's like, when we did that, when we bombed Hiroshima, like the country was ecstatic. And you're like, oh, it's a different, like it was a wounded country that was like, no, like you can't do this to us. And like, now you know that. And like, we forget that along the way. And so I think it's important, like we can read all the history books we want, but like we're losing the people that were alive during that time at a rapid rate. And like you can feel it slipping away, like the impact that generation had, like you can already really feel it slipping away. And that only way that's going to continue is if like there are beacons and people who carry the torch of like what they fought for, what they believed in. And, you know, we have to evolve obviously as we work through what it's like to be an American now. But like, we can't let go of that stuff at all. Otherwise like it'll destroy us.
I know it's so tough. This last book here, Only the Dead, I dedicated to Tom Rice. He was the first guy out of his stick over Normandy on D-Day, and amazing guy, fought his way across Europe, wounded, of course, amazing. And he passed away this last year. And my daughter and I got to spend time with him both at Pearl Harbor for the 80th anniversary commemoration events, and then in Normandy for the D-Day events this past June. And so with the Best Defense Foundation, and you guys have been a part of that, Black Rifle has been supportive of that organization. And it's so amazing, these battlefield return programs, taking these World War II veterans back to the places they fought. And for my daughter to be able to volunteer. So when she was 16, for Pearl Harbor, 16 and 16 also for D-Day commemoration events. But she got to sit across the table for a week from these guys, talking to them, listening to their stories, helping them in and out of their wheelchairs, getting them on the bus, folding up the wheelchairs, getting them under the bus, going to the next event, helping them off, back into the wheelchairs, off to the event or the lunch or the breakfast or the dinner, then back to their rooms and making sure they're having their medication, all that stuff, getting them up. Like, it's work. And I've never seen her respond to anyone the way she responds to these veterans. And now she has all these friends that are age 96 to 103 that she FaceTimes and calls and checks in on. But Tom Rice passed away last November, and his memorial service was in Coronado, California, where he was born and where he passed away this past December. So we went out there for that. But she has now, as a point being, she has a touch point with that generation. And it's not just a book that she read. It's a person that she got to listen to their stories, and she got to hear from this guy named Jack Holder, who was on the airfield at Ford Island when he watched these planes coming over these mountains and drop down, all of a sudden strafe the airfield that he is on. And he took us there and showed us there's still the bullet holes in the hangars, in the runway, and said, this is where I was standing. I ran over there. I jumped into this sewage ditch, which is now just a dry ditch. They strafed the runway, and then they banked, and he jumped up and ran to the edge of the water and watched them bank, drop the first torpedoes on Pearl Harbor. Incredible. He was a mechanic then. Okay. Then he became a pilot and flew the PBY, which was it's the float plane that had, and so he sunk a Japanese submarine in the Pacific, helped sink a Japanese aircraft carrier. I mean, imagine that, sinking an aircraft carrier, sending it to the bottom. And then they sent him to the Med, and he sunk a German submarine over there. Rad. Amazing.
Absolutely.
And she's hearing these stories from him, and he just passed away, unfortunately, as well. But I mean, what an amazing life, and gave us these freedoms that we have in order to be able to develop our coffee and be able to write these books and do these TV shows. And man, I just am so grateful to that generation in particular. But anyone from the inception of this country up until today who has sacrificed so much so we can have these opportunities, and now we're kind of squandering them. But those touch points my daughter has with that generation, I think, are just invaluable.
Yeah, it makes me, I really like that word, touch points. Not in a weird way at all, Jack.
Understood.
But do you think enough of the younger generations, and I'm like, is there enough touch points where they like can talk to these World War II veterans? Like we've developed content, like we've interviewed these best defense guys that come out, and like you hear their stories and you're like, your mind is blown when you hear what these guys did in World War II. And I feel like something's not connecting, right, to where we're getting those types of messages out to the masses. Like why aren't we putting those interviews on in schools? Like, what is wrong with that?
I think there's too many distractions out there. It's so sad, but you're competing now with every streaming platform, every app, every social media platform. You're not just competing with a TV show that comes on at 8 o'clock on Tuesday. You're competing with all these inputs that are vying for these kids' attention 24/7 through something that they carry around in their pocket. And I think there's just too many distractions, and we're looking at things in 15-second increments. Deep thought is being lost. And I'd say that it is, I don't know if it started out by design, but you can certainly leverage it to divide. And of course that helps these platforms themselves and the politicians that need to consolidate bases for elections. So it helps them, and it hurts this next generation, which in turn hurts the entire country as a whole. So I don't have the answers for it, but I just know it's not a productive, and we're not on a positive path right now.
No, I don't think so. And it's easy to be skeptical of that, but those touch points that we would have would be a thing that would unite us. Like when we look back, like, hey, remember that? Remember what we went through because of those reasons, because people were acting a certain way. It can be a unifying thing, but when people aren't aware of those touch points, when they're like, don't even really know or remember what happened, I think we take it for granted. I'm like, we're students of history when it comes to this stuff, but I doubt that you could go to a lot of schools and be like, why did we fight in the Battle of the Bulge, or what happened on December 7th? Like, I don't know if those things would connect to people that can still be a unifying thing. And then I wanted to ask you about the relevance of AI in your next book, but you can really see how this evolution of artificial intelligence is going to drive a hammer between us in a big way at some point in our human development.
It's going to happen a lot faster than we thought. I mean, look at how things are just accelerating over these last 10 years, then much faster it got 5 years ago, and then 3 years ago. We're on this rocket ship right now, and we're not sharing a history. I mean, we're not appreciating what was sacrificed for us as a nation. It makes it easy for people to retweet something that was not the requisite time, energy, and effort was not put into the issue before the first person tweeted it, or maybe they did it intentionally to divide, or whatever it might be. But what we owe the people who sacrificed so much for us, and the next generation, not so much for ourselves at all, is to put the requisite time, energy, and effort studying the issue, understanding the intent of whatever it might be, the history behind it, taking a breath, and then commenting, then tweeting, then voting in particular. And we don't do that anymore. We just say, oh, somebody tweeted this, I'm going to retweet too. I'm angry, and I'm hitting this button, and they're getting the response that they want. How am I being manipulated? That's what I always ask myself. If I see something on the news, or I see something on a tweet, or whatever it might be, how is this manipulating me? Whether it's a commercial, or it's an interview, or it's a headline, I ask myself, how is this entity want to manipulate me? But putting in the time in the pages of history before you take action on something. That's what we owe those people who sacrifice, and that's what we owe this next generation, and we don't do that.
Yeah. And it's just going to get worse and worse too. Like if you look at this, it's easy to get manipulated because it's easy to not have to dig into stuff. Mm-hmm. So we're giving people essentially what they want. They want to have an emotional investment into something, and that's what, like, when I think about social media, like how do you do social media well? Like if you can figure out how to elicit an emotional response from your audience, it's pretty much like the kind of short version of how to do it. Like,
yeah, I kind of took the opposite approach, though. I took the opposite approach of, because people are getting manipulated all the time, and so for me, I thought of like, hey, I want to make sure I go to, some people will take emotional responses from things, I guess, but I don't want to do that intentionally. I don't want to ever post something because I want someone to hit a like button or a comment button. I don't monetize my Instagram, or I don't know if you can monetize Twitter, but I didn't want to do that intentionally. I wanted to try to add value and be very thoughtful in my approach to anything. So I do those history posts, talk about certain things here and there, whatever that I think would be of interest to my audience. But I'd probably have more quote unquote followers perhaps if I put more thought into like what response do I want to get from this? So I never think about it in those terms. But I do notice that many others do, but I wanted to do it a little different.
Well, yeah, you do. I mean, that's still like the history post you did. I think that was yesterday.
There's a few of them most days. Today I had an author. This will be posted later, but it was an author today. Was there one yesterday? 2 days ago was the first shots of the Revolutionary War.
Yep, that was the one I was thinking of. But that does, like, it did it for me. I saw it shared by a couple of people, and I wanted to know the story behind that image, and that's eliciting an emotional response from me, because it's patriotism, the ethics behind what that emotional response you're trying to get from your audience is where everything matters. That's where the weight of everything comes from, because I mean, you can see it like, oh my God, we've had so many conversations about Russian collusion, and like, are they manipulating us through social media? Like, of course they are in so many different ways, but because it's so easy. It's so easy to just put something like, oh, this is going to get somebody fired up.
Yeah.
It's going to do it.
Yeah. Because I didn't like those people in school growing up.
Yeah.
Because I thought they were wasting my time. And so you had that one, every class has that one person or two people that are just in there just to make things miserable for maybe the teacher or the class as a whole, or whatever. So going back to my earliest days, I didn't like that person. So I didn't want to be that person. Yeah. In my life in general. So I try to be thoughtful like that one. And, I try to keep it to those history posts a lot some people get mad regardless, and that's fine. Right. But, to talk about like the history behind something in a way that's not like on its surface meant to incite, like you could totally frame that the other way. Like revolution's coming, get ready. Look at the patriots of back in the, I just try to, do it in a way that is thoughtful and respectful.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. And people know that of you now. And when you look at, so I'm thinking years down the road, or, maybe it'll only be a couple of years, but when we start talking about this AI capabilities and what this is going to do to us as a society, like we're red, blue, we're Democrat, Republican, we have all these things that we identify with, and we get emotionally invested in these things, right? Because we want to, I think deep down, a lot of people want to make things better. Deep down, a lot of people want America to succeed and do well. And we get charged into these things. Like, we served in the military. Like, we're vested into this thing, right? Like, we really want it to do well. The thing that worries me is after a few years of AI, when I think everybody is going to be using it. It is happening so fast. The capabilities of it, it's learning so fast. You're going to be able to, what I hope good comes of this is that small businesses are able to function with less people really, really efficiently. The amount of stuff that you can get done using these things, like it'll save you weeks or if not years of time by utilizing these things. But when we start looking at over time, as this evolves and more people are using it, and we're using it to have conversations with it, to get information, do a certain demographic of the world, did they develop a trust with it? Does that kind of become their daddy, to where they're going to that more than they're going internally into these deep intrinsic states where they're trying to figure out problems on their own, and they're just taking the shortcut, which is what a lot of social media is like, I just want to be fired up and be emotionally invested in a bad way really quickly because it's easier to do that. Is that going to happen with artificial intelligence? And then what, all of a sudden, artificial intelligence says something that divides in a huge way. It's very easy to see how that could cause a civil war. Like, no, we need to do what AI says because it's smart and it's gotten us here. And it's like, but it's telling us to kill half the population to save the other half. Like, why would we listen? But like, no, this is what we need to do. Like, what happens when that trust is so strong that we have to battle what those opinions are of the artificial intelligence? Like, that's not far away at all, man.
It's not. And so the AI, Chat GPT or whatever, came online or started being talked about, whatever, during the last month I was writing this last book. So I didn't incorporate that specifically, and I didn't use it, and I haven't used it yet. But I think I'm going to get a standalone computer, because I think when you sign up, someone told me, I have no idea if this is true or not, that when you sign up, you have to give it access to your stuff, kind of like TikTok or whatever. And it has to so it can learn you. And I don't know if there's something you can opt out regardless.
Yeah. I think
I'm not going to trust it anyway.
Assume at this point, whether it be TikTok or any of the social media platforms or our computers, everything,
everything's open.
I assume everything is accessible to everything that comes in. I have to, because it doesn't make sense to me that they would not try and use that data.
There's so many things. Anyway,
so many
I have a lot to
know.
work with in my future novels here. But
the question is, are you taping your webcam on your computer?
Yeah, of course. I have that slider. I have that slider from the early days. I had the yellow sticky on there immediately. The first computer that had an actual built-in camera, and then they had the little plastic ones, a little more professional. You could just slide over, So I've had that from the beginning. But I want to get I think I'm going to get a computer that is just for Chat GPT, maybe for this next one. I haven't decided yet, but use it as an assistant or try to for some research and see. So as I'm going along, I'm like, I get to this part and I need to know about some battle somewhere or the climate in a place that I haven't been or something. And then I can ask it and see what happens. And I'm sure for the first time I use it, or the first year or 2 years, I will check to make sure with primary source materials, books, other online research, and compare. But that might be a huge way to save a lot of research time anyway. So I was thinking about using it in that respect, but I haven't done it yet. I've been too busy. But
it is.
Yeah, for the next book, I probably will get a standalone just to see if it saves some time on research.
And that's the issue, is it is so efficient on the research side of things. I was just playing with it, and we're actually we got that ranch in Texas. Unfortunately, that is going by the wayside.
Oh no!
That area is just getting developed over time. So, the ranch house, they found black mold in it. So unfortunately, it's at the end of its days. But I was working on. I want to do a story. I'm doing a story about some of the amazing people that have graced that ranch. Because the Doolittle Raiders used to have their reunions out there.
Okay.
And so I was like, okay, so I'm like, well, why don't I just use this for some research on this? And I was just asking a question on the Doolittle Raiders, and it's no work on my part. No work. And it's a conversational cadence with it as well. You can get research, but you can also be and this is what's scary, and I hope that we're able to defer in the future, was this script written by AI or was this written by humans? Because I literally was write me a video script highlighting the prevalence of the heroic actions of the Doolittle Raiders, specifically cite individuals, and then also what they did post-military. And it's just bloop, wow, 3 pages of information.
How long did that take?
seconds.
Oh my gosh.
If that, like, you can't read it as fast as it's going.
Oh my gosh. It's so crazy.
It is. And then you can also be like, okay, take that, but make it funny.
Wow. And then they do that.
And then it like throws jokes in there and you're like, wow.
That is insane. Somebody sent me a chapter. They said, write the first chapter in the next Jack Carr novel. And boom. And it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Like, some things were wrong. And the feelings and emotions weren't there, but like, it wasn't bad. So someone could say like, hey, write a novel that has like these elements and make it this number of words, whatever, go. I bet somebody does that at some point. I'm sure there'll be AI written novels. Yeah. I'm going to take a stand. I feel comfortable taking a stand right now and saying that I'm not going to do that. But I can see people doing it for sure. But I can see using it for me as a research assistant type of a thing until it gets too weird. Then I'll just throw it out the window. Yeah.
It's tough. It's such a hard conversation because you're seeing all these benefits that but like it's at the same time it's taking all these jobs. And then I don't know if you saw the technology that was developing. DARPA developed a AI psychologist almost a decade ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And using very simple technology.
I'm already freaked out, by the way.
Yeah. Using simple technology as far as the recognition of certain things. So basically 68 touch points on your face or whatever. And it's using the same webcam that I believe they use for the Xbox 360 when that first came out, that camera. I'm not a gamer guy, so I don't know those technical things, but very, very simple tech as far as what it was using to look at the human. But it had registered all these touch points on a person's face. So it can read body language, it can read human psychology, and it can like tell you how to be better, or like you need to do this because you're depressed.
You know what it's going to tell me? It's going to say, get up, hang from boots from the ceiling for 30 minutes, have your peat moss little tea, then get in the sauna, then get in the cold bath, then journal, then meditate, then do some squats today. That's what it's going to tell me. I already know, so I'm not going to ask it because I already know what's going to tell me. And I don't trust it anyway.
Yeah. It's going to be very hard not to be really skeptical moving forward in the future with how strong this already is. But it's like, it's also sad in a way because
it is.
What's going to happen is that we're going to lose touch with humanity even more than we already are. And we're going to rely on this thing too much. One of the things that it's doing is it can read body language in the workforce. So like, let's take, I don't know, UPS or an Amazon facility. It's like, we're going to optimize our artificial intelligence capabilities to optimize our workforce. Yeah. And so a manager is no longer going around, potentially, going around and having P2P conversations with their employees about their overall well-being, their work capabilities, and their overall productivity, and watching a computer screen, watching all these touch points. So like, oh, Bill's like slouched over today and he's depressed. His wife must be being mean to him again. Like, hey, Bill. You know what I mean? Like you're just going to be using that information as opposed to like really getting invested in human relationships. And like, that's sad, man.
Yeah. And gosh, predictive behavior models I'm sure they're already out there.
We're at Minority Report.
Yeah,
we're there.
Yeah.
We're at Minority Report. So if you can truly read a person's body language, like you can tell, like, are they aggressive? Like, are they about to start a fight? Imagine that capability being in CCTV, and all of a sudden you're in a train station and you get identified, like you are in an aggressive posture.
And all of a sudden you're carted away, like you are about to do something.
Yeah.
Like what?
We're there. We're in Minority Report.
I just want to stay up here in the mountains. I want to have, do some long distance shooting, keep the skills up, go on hikes, ski, go on a few hunts here and there, keep the fridges full of meat. I like being in the outdoors, love it up here. We're up pretty high, as a sniper, I wanted the high ground. But I'm very, very comfortable up here.
Yeah.
But it's scary. It's getting scary for those next generation too. I mean, I can see how these things can be so beneficial, like I just talked about for me, using it as an assistant. And then I can also see it going the other way. And all of a sudden, guess who's locked up because they're about to do something? Oh, it's people that weren't going to vote for you or whatever it might be.
Yep.
Ugh. It's so scary. It is so scary.
It is. How, I don't want to like reveal too much from book 5, but your development as far as the artificial capabilities within the book, does that continue in book 6?
It does, but I didn't want to use it as a crutch. So when I put it into the last book, In the Blood, I saw how it could become a crutch going forward. Like, oh, my protagonist has a problem. Just call the AI super quantum computer to fix it. So I wanted to make sure that just didn't become my go-to. Like it wasn't the easy button. I wanted to refrain from doing that. So I did something creatively to make sure that I couldn't use that for my protagonist to solve problems going forward.
Cool.
So it's in there, but maybe not in the way people are expecting. But it was interesting to look into because I didn't know much about that a year and a half ago, whenever it was, a little over that, when I started researching AI and quantum computers. And there's some things that I didn't put in the book, but when you think about quantum computers and how fast they have gotten, when you think about adding that AI element to that, when you think about adding hypersonic missiles to that, when you think about adding passive targeting, and passive targeting for people listening or watching is like, remember in Top Gun, he's got lock, I got radar lock. Passive targeting is like you're locked, but you don't know. And it could be from a very far distance, or it could be closer, or whatever. But when you combine all those things together, that's a pretty serious capability. And the quantum computer space is one that obviously China is competing with us on. And my research, and it might have, this is dated now because it was a year ago when that when In the Blood came out. But from my research, which a lot of people in that space called me to say, you got very close. How did you do this? And I was like, got it. Awesome. I get in those kind of conversations. Got that for the Devil's Hand too, for the bioweapon stuff. Yeah. People working in that space were like, how did you do this? And I was like,
you've always been right there. You've always been right there at the edge.
Yeah.
I figured I was like, he had to make some stops. But he made some stops and talked to some people with that one.
Particularly in that last one with the quantum computing stuff and with Lackland and all that sort of a thing. Like, I would be shocked if it almost isn't almost exactly the way I described in the novel. But some things didn't make it in there, like the hypersonic missiles and passive targeting and that sort of a thing didn't make it in there because it didn't move the story forward. But when you combine all that stuff, that is a serious capability. But my research suggested that we still have the edge in that. Don't know how long we're going to have the edge there, but China is certainly a competitor. And we didn't have the edge anyway, I don't think, with the hypersonic missiles and passive targeting. Might be wrong. This is all just my research. I have no inside information. Didn't work in that space in the military, obviously. And now we might have that capability now. I don't know. But by the time I did my research, I'd be fairly confident saying that we had the edge in the quantum computing and AI space. But China had some serious capability with the passive targeting and the hypersonic weapons.
Yeah. So. It is going to be really interesting to see what happens with Taiwan over the next 2 years. I feel like that's going to
be a little Taiwan action in this book, a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a new one coming out. So
of course you do.
We'll see if it comes to fruition in this way. Like True Believer, we have to change it when we do the scripts because I had Russia trying to invade Ukraine, and if you haven't read True Believer, the end. I won't want to give it away. Spoiler alert, even though it's been out for a while. Like, I feel like I should be able to talk about First Blood, 1972. But every time I talk about the ending in the novel being different, I get people that are like, spoiler alert, why'd you tell me? I'm like, 1972, bro. Like, I think we should be able to talk about it.
Yeah. Also, if you're listening to this podcast, like, I hope you've read the books. like, come on.
Yeah. Good point. Like, so in the novel, in True Believer, then I'll say, since we've warned already. So Russia wants to invade Ukraine and have the regime change there by somebody who's outside and wants to come back in and all this sort of a thing. Well, now Russia actually did invade Ukraine, so that's going to have to change in the script. So we're going to have to figure out a way to get creative about that and keep the themes and keep the feel and the spirit of the novel. But obviously we can't have that same thing happen because it's already happened. So we can't can't stop it from happening because it happened. But that was obvious that it was going to happen. People do reach out and say, how did you know? You're predicting the future. It wasn't that difficult to come up with, Russia's probably going to invade Ukraine.
Yeah. Especially Russia's like they're fairly predictable in their sense, like they're going to go after power, and
they need the bodies. They need the bodies too.
They're very stubborn about what they've had in the past and what they want to keep, and like they're not going to sway from that.
Yeah, and they need bodies. Like their population is in a steep decline, ethnic Russians. And I got that from Peter Zihan from reading the Accidental Superpower. I read that on the way to Mozambique doing the research for that second novel. And on the way on the plane, it's a long flight to get to Mozambique. You got to go, usually you stop here in the United States first and then pop over to Johannesburg and then up into Mozambique on a smaller plane. But I had a lot of time to read on that flight. So I read Accidental Superpower, and it had been out for 2 years at the time that I read it. But he predicted back then the exact year that Russia would invade Ukraine. And he said, he put it in the way he framed it was, they have to invade by this date. And he was exactly right, the exact year. Yeah. And he tied that to population decline in Russia of ethnic Russians and so many ethnic Russians in Ukraine. So so I used that in the novel.
Yeah.
And he's a great guy.
I just got his new book.
Nice. Which one's the new book? He has 4 of them out now. Accidental Superpower, Disunited Nations.
The End of the World is just the beginning.
That's it. The End of the World is just the beginning. That's the latest one.
Yeah, the population density quote unquote issue is something that I'm just like starting to dip my toe in. I'm super curious about because China completely reversed their policies within the last couple decades, and like that's all I remember learning about was that they had the one-child policy.
One-child policy. We talked about that when Peter Zihan was on the podcast. We talked about all that, and man, he's in it. He's into all of that, and he's been studying it for a long time. So he's just not repeating what somebody else says. Like he's done the work, and it's really interesting to hear him talk about it.
Yeah, and those issues, population-wise, seem like, given enough data, it's fairly easy to predict how things are going to flow over time if they don't change. Mm-hmm. And how long is it before we can ask AI, like,
I was just thinking that,
what happens if this population keeps growing and spreading at its current rate, and all of a sudden you're like, this population of people who are reproducing if they continue spreading at this point, like it's going to look like Nazi Germany spreading out across the land during World War II. And what do we do with that information if that's like detrimental to the U.S.?
And you're being manipulated.
Yes. And we're talking about preemptive actions based on artificial intelligence. And like the conversations that we're going to have in the future are going to be hyper complex. Not that they aren't already, but AI is adding a layer that we're going to have to take this extremely seriously.
And I'm not too convinced that our leadership, military side of the house, is equipped to deal with the AI side of things when it comes to decision making. They can't even do it right now. Yeah. I mean, 20 years to prepare to leave from Afghanistan, and they can point at the administration all they want. No one was held accountable anywhere. No one resigned because they thought it was such a horrible idea, and we're being forced to do this by an administration. They're forcing us out of Bagram, forcing us to put our E1s, E2s, E3s, E4s in this tactically disadvantageous position in Kabul. I can't stand for this. I'm resigning. I'm putting my stars on the table. That's a statement. None of them did anything like that. And then we have spokespeople standing up there saying it was a great success, juxtaposed to a screen that shows you with your own eyes people falling from aircraft, babies getting thrown over the walls, getting skewered on this concertina wire, bleeding out in the wire. Yeah, good job. 20 years to prepare for that. So imagine those same people now relying on AI.
Well, it seems like who was it, North, that he made that statement not too long ago. He's like, he literally said, from my perch, it didn't seem like it was that chaotic.
Oh, who said that?
North. His full name's escaping me, but he made a statement not too long ago. To which I'm buddies with Tyler Andrew Vargas, who you should absolutely have on the show. That was in Kabul, and was in the explosion. He was a pig. He was gonna hopefully go to Scout Sniper School before or after he got back from that stint over there. And you see him posting a video of this guy saying it wasn't that chaotic from my perch juxtaposed against his phone footage. And it makes you wonder, has a majority of the American public, have they seen that footage? Is it being suppressed in some way? And are so many people just like, oh yeah, it was great, we got out of Afghanistan, like it was like that's what we needed to do anyway, like who cares if it didn't go well? It's like,
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. But I think so because, I mean, well, now it's not talked about really anywhere. It was talked about every day for 20 years, essentially. And now, nothing from corporate media, legacy media. But I think that is why so many people initially were upset, but then you get distracted. They distract you with either they distract you with other things, or you get distracted by other things, by life, by having to put food on the table for your family. But I think that's why someone with zero touch points with the military, has never read a book on strategy, geopolitics, tactics, doesn't even know anyone who served, could look at the situation there and apply common sense and ask the question, why did we give up this place over here that I'm looking at on the map that has some standoff different distance that we totally control? And why do we put our sons and daughters at this chaotic gate surrounded by people who can just walk up with an S-vest or drive in with a car or get mortared or whatever it might be? That doesn't seem to make much sense. But then guess what? We get distracted by other things. Yeah. And what is that person supposed to do about it? What is that, let's say that plumber who applies common sense to this situation and is extremely upset about it. What is that person supposed to do? I mean, other than vote a different way, but it's tough. It's so frustrating.
Yeah. Like we
makes
got
me so angry.
I know. We got nothing from that. Like we can't even keep Bagram. Let's just hold on to that. Like, how strategically advantageous is that going to be to us in the next 30 years alone?
Why don't we just give it to China?
Yeah. Yeah. How quick were they negotiating with the Taliban after that? They were there like the next day or something like that. So like crazy. That says so much. Says so much about everything that's going on.
It's so crazy. Yeah. And who you're supposed to trust. I mean, yeah, I don't know. We got to talk about something positive, though.
Yeah.
We got to talk about something positive. I want to talk about how you got into the Marine Corps, why you chose the Marine Corps. What was your path into the Marine Corps? You got in there right out of high school. When did you first start thinking about the military? I want to talk about something positive.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's get the positive going in here. So like I said, I was from a pretty small town in Michigan. It was 8,000 people. I worked on a farm. I played high school football. I was like, it's just like kind of classic small town America was my growth. But from a very early age, I had the wanderlust in a big way. I always knew, like, I was very keen to look at, from a common sense perspective, how people that were staying in my town were living their lives. And it seemed very cookie cutter to me, in the sense that it was like, oh, people get out of high school, they get a labor job, and then they have kids. And there's not anything wrong with that. I just knew that like wasn't what I wanted to do. I knew that I wanted to experience things. Like, I've always been very driven by experience, to the point where, like, I don't even understand it in a lot of ways. But there's been a couple books that I've read that have like helped me to understand this adventure side of being a young man, and like not trying to force things into happening, and going with what the world is presenting with you based on your experiences, your capabilities, and what you want to get out of your life. Mm-hmm. And I did the thing that all my friends did right after high school, which was go to college. And it wasn't more than a few months into college that I was like exposed to the world in a vastly different way, right? Like a lot of people are. You're exposed to people from a lot of different backgrounds and from different parts of America, especially in university today. And I was looking at what my peer group was doing, and I was like, I don't want to do any of this. I'm like, and
like your peer group in college?
Yeah. And, at that time, I remember this was 05, 06 time frame, and BitTorrents were still a thing where you could like go, and there were these search engines, which essentially like you could search for videos that were decentralized that you could download. It's like an offshoot of Napster later on. And for whatever reason, I was really concerned. I was like, we're at war in a big way. Like when I was sophomore in high school when the invasion happened, and that had a big impact. Like I remember being in the high school weight room. I was like a gym rat back then. I was in there like late at night, and I remember watching the invasion happen, and I was like, this is what this feels, that it has so much more gravity than all this other stuff that's going on where like people kind of live in their daily lives. And I became obsessed with service and brotherhood, and I wanted to experience these things. And when I thought about that, I was like, how do I do this to the nth degree? Like, what is my track within this? And I just knew internally that it was like, I need to fight. I need to go fight. Like, I need to be a part of this. I need to experience this. I was like, I felt like I was trapped in, like, I needed to go be a part of this thing because it was the thing, in my opinion, that was really crafting our world at the time. And at least for me as a young man. And so like I had a couple conversations with some other buddies. But I did the thing where I went to the recruiter's office by myself. Like I didn't tell anybody that I was going. I signed up, and I didn't tell anybody until,
Right to Marine Corps?
Yeah.
You didn't stop by Army first or Navy or Air Force? You didn't want to write to Marine Corps?
Nope.
And why was that? Why did you read books or movies growing up, or have a family member, or what was why did you go to Marine Corps?
It was my research. Like it was that, like, I wanted to be a part of the fighting force.
Nice.
And you know, it's hard to say, like, would you do it any differently? You know, like hindsight looking back on it, and like I can't say that. And like I love them. I love Marines. I love the Marine Corps. It is a tribe that is different than big Army. It's different than the Navy. Like it is a very small brotherhood that is, like, because it is smaller, it is a tighter bond, and you can feel that. And I'm so proud to be a part of that, to see how that has evolved since I've gone out too, because like when people say it's like it's a brotherhood for life, like it's not a lie. That's not some like thing that's out there. And it's funny how life has weaved since then. My chief instructor in Scout Sniper School like moved right next to me, and like we're like best buds.
No way.
And I'm like, I'm so tickled by that fact that's happened, and that life has weaved its way together into these things. I'm like, that was the right decision to go and do that thing at the time. And I was like, if I'm going to do this thing, like, I'm going to go into the infantry. I'm going to try and work my way all the way up that track and make the best decisions I can along the way. And it was funny. You go to the School of Infantry, and you know, you try and go in there, and you're watching the recondo guys go through a basic reconnaissance course, and then you're looking at some of the other options that are available to you. And I talked to a couple other guys who had gone through, and I got the piece of advice to do a secondary MOS within the infantry MOS, and I was like, okay, which one's the hardest one? And it was assaultman. They're like, you got to do math. Like, you got.
What was it?
Assaultman.
What's that?
So that's 0351. So it's demolitions, breaching.
Oh, nice.
And then we had the small rocket launcher back then when I went through as the primary weapon asset for assaultman. And so I got to do demo, and I was like, this is so awesome. Yes, nice. This is like exactly what I wanted.
And did you know that going in, or did they tell you in boot camp to choose a secondary?
That was like SOI.
So boot camp first, and was it Paris Island or San Diego?
San Diego. I'm a Hollywood Marine.
Little San Diego action, and then right from there, what do you? You like this next book, by the way? I got some Marine action in there.
Oh yeah, good.
Yeah, one of the characters who's been in past books was a kind of a secondary character. A little more of his past is brought up. We got some Marine Corps action.
Cool.
So.
But yeah, I boot camp in San Diego, and then going through SOI. Basically, you got 4 weeks. Everybody gets the same training, and then the second 4 weeks, if you want to take a secondary MOS, you go and do your specialized training.
And where was that?
Camp Pendleton. Yep. So I spent my whole time on the West Coast, and I really liked being an assaultman. I liked having to do calculations to figure out standoff distance for breaching charges and all this stuff. I'm like, this is rad. Like, this is kind of like, you start thinking about some of those old movies. There's that one with Harrison Ford where they got to blow up the bridge on this clandestine operation. Is
that Force 10 from Navarone?
Is it? Yeah. Yep.
Is it?
Yep.
Nice.
And I'm like, oh my God, that's so like.
That's a great one.
They're showing us how to hey, this is the type of charge you need to use if you want to blow up I-beams and bridges. And I'm like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
This is so cool. And then in typical Marine Corps fashion, I get to the fleet and they're like, you're going to do none of that. So I was like, I got put in a weapons company, which, each unit kind of they have a little bit of flexibility for how they can organize some of their stuff, depending on personnel capabilities, as far as having a weapons company, and snipers are sometimes attached to weapons companies. Sometimes they're attached to the H&S company. And then each specific company has there's a helo company, there's a waterborne company, and all these Amtrak companies. And so everything's specialized within a specific unit in the Marine Corps, right? And so I got put in a weapons company, which basically meant I did nothing. Everything that I was just this is awesome. I sat in the back of a truck and didn't get a chance to do any of that stuff. I was basically a dismount. I'm like, this is lame. I don't want to be a dismount. I want to do shit.
Did you deploy in that capacity?
Yeah, I did. We did. My first pump was the 15th MEU. And we went over to Kuwait. Another thing that just didn't make sense to me about we're sitting in Kuwait for 3 weeks just waiting to go to Iraq. And they're like, you're not going. I'm like, we're not going.
It's right there.
It's 07.
I can see it.
I'm like, this was 2000. I'm like, it's fucking popping off right now. Man. Why are you not sending us? So we just sat at Kuwait and then we didn't go. Luckily I had my platoon commander was a really awesome man, Chad Cassidy. Mustang. Do you guys use the term Mustang?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I say that to some Army buddies, and they're like, "What are you talking about?" But basically, he was a scout sniper. Went into Fallujah. He got a Silver Star in Fallujah, and then became commissioned. And he was our platoon commander, just a phenomenal Marine. When I think about what a Marine is supposed to be, in a lot of ways, it's him. And he was one of the really good officers. And he basically took me under his wing on that first deployment. And he knew, he's like, you're not really doing your job. And he was very integral into the men. He was a great leader. And he was like, he would give me assignments, basically, sniper employment in Vietnam, scout sniper handbooks. He was technical stuff. Mm-hmm. And so my first deployment was really just a curriculum for how to become a scout sniper. And so I got back from the 15th MEU and we had the scout sniper in dock a couple weeks after we got back, and I was just I was in peak physical form.
What's in dock? Is a test and evaluation type thing? Or?
Yeah. Indoctrination to see if you can pass the test, essentially.
Okay.
Which is another one of those things why I think I'm super disappointed that the scout sniper platoons have gone by the wayside.
I want to ask you about that too.
Because it is one of those rare things that you got to cut your teeth in order to be a part of it, right? You guys, butts. You've got that whittle effect that you can really siphon out people who are not where they're supposed to be, and so that's what this thing was.
Yeah.
And it was out in Talega. You remember Heartbreak Ridge?
Yeah.
Where they filmed Heartbreak Ridge.
That okay?
That's Talega.
Okay.
Which is just north of where I was stationed in San Mateo with the 5th Marines. Huh. And so I was like, again, I'm in the Marine Corps. I'm like, man, this is so cool. They filmed our break ridge. And I'm like running around just getting my shit pushed in, and it's so hard. And it's basically like 5 days. They give you all the basic information, like, hey, what's the definition of a Scout's Night? Like, memorize it tonight or you're going home.
Oh, wow.
And so it's very like strict, structured memorization. It's like, it's very studious. It's very physically driven. You're not eating a lot. You're not sleeping a lot. It's like,
Do you shoot?
Nope.
Okay.
Not on the NDOC. Not at all. It was just a physical, like, can you get to this point where we'll like accept you to the point where you're worthy of being.
Okay.
You had to be an expert. You had to be an expert marksman in order to get it. I think they might.
Like going in?
Yeah. Yeah. I think they might have like taken a couple sharpshooters. You got marksman sharpshooters experts in the Marine Corps.
Same with us. I think it's the same thing, right?
I think so. It was like on a case by case basis that they would let that sharpshooter slide in. But the standard was that you had to be an expert shooter on the rifle range in order to get in. And man, it was so fun. Like it's funny the things you look back on in your career where you're like, oh, I'm there. Like you just have that memory unlock and you're back there. And like they would make us, you carry pig eggs everywhere. And they call pig eggs because before you go to sniper school, you're a pig, you're a professionally instructed gunman, and then after you go through the Scout Sniper basic course, you become a hog, a hunter of gunmen.
And you get the hog's tooth.
And you get the hog's tooth. And so immediately you have to carry these sandbags that are duct taped up to a certain weight, and you take those things with you everywhere.
Really?
Everywhere. And so I remember like one day it was just like they were just like 50 meters apart, the instructors for the NDOC, and I was like, remember duck walking when you got to do that?
Yeah,
it was like
it's awful.
Duck walking with a pig egg for 50 yards over and like for hours.
Nice. How many people washed out of that?
Like 75% or something like that. It was, I think, like 4 of us made it in out of like 30 or something.
Nice.
Very, very high attrition rates, but there's no quotas to meet like there is when you go through the basic course. Like it's all independently run, which is really cool, was really cool for the Scout Sniper community to be able to run that. It's like you police your own. Yeah. And like if you make it to that point, like you already started earning stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that was when I reached that point where I was like, this is where I want to be. Like, this is awesome. Like, I'm around dudes who are as excited as I am about being a part of this small group, and are doing that job very, very well. And that was also like in my mind, it wasn't until I got to the Scout Sniper platoon that I was like doing what I thought the Marine Corps was. And what I like, this is actually what I signed up for. I remember after you make through the NDOC, they basically like run you through a modified course of what you're going to be going through when you go to through the school. Like it's very like regimented. Like as soon as you pass the NDOC, they're like, we're getting you ready to pass school. Okay. And so
you're shooting.
We're shooting.
Do you start on something? Do you start with like here's the M1 Grand, here's the M14, here's a scoped, Remington 700, or what are you doing?
It was one weapon.
Okay.
The M40. And that thing front and back, and like it becomes your savior and your best friend, and you just love that thing, and you learn how to manipulate that thing to do whatever you want. And I liked that. I liked that it was just a man and his sword, essentially. It was just cool. Like this weapon, that like, this is our weapon. And it's changed so much since then. And you look at the technology that's advanced since then, when I was like shooting 308 out of a M40 to the calibers and the technology that's developed since then. It's like,
you were still going through, and it was more of an art, a little bit of science, but more of an art.
Yeah.
That's same thing when I went through. I went through in 2000 to the Naval Special Warfare Sniper program, but
which is right next to the Marine Corps.
Is it? Oh, we did some stuff. I think it's moved around a little bit. So we started in Kalinga, California, which is just a private range where you can shoot, out to 1,000. It's hard to find places you can shoot out to 1,000 for a long period of time and just take it over type of a deal. So then people started getting something called valley fever. It's like this dust that you get in your lungs. People got really sick. So I didn't get that, but you lived on the range just in a tent. And so you just lived there. It wasn't like barracks or anything like that. You just drove up and lived in a tent, ground pad on the ground, sleeping bag. And you were there. I think it was, I might be wrong, 70 some days. It was long. But we started with, that's why I asked about the different weapon systems, because we started iron sight, not M1, but M14. And then we had to go to compete at Pendleton in, what's the big sniper competition called there? That used to be like not sniper competition, just a long range shooting competition.
Yeah.
The old school one. And we're like locked
the
in.
International sniper?
I don't know. I forgot. I can't remember this name right now. But anyway, you're locked in. Your shooting jacket. Everything's cinched down. Your sling.
Okay,
it's like the whole thing. So you do that as part of that, and you have to. I don't know what you had to shoot in that thing. But anyway, you come back, and then we had a Remington 308 from the Remington Custom Shop that we used. Loophole Mark IV was on that one. Do that for like a week, and you had to test out of that. And if you didn't, you're gone. And then you moved to that 300 Win Mag, which is kind of like the workhorse in the SEAL teams, but it was built up by Crane, which is our weapons guys out in Crane, Indiana. But it was a McMillan stock, Remington 700 action, but 300 Win Mag. We still had the Leupold Mark IVs on there, I believe. And then you go through that for a few weeks. And you had to test out of that and do the known and unknown distances and pops and movers and all the rest of it. And then you do a couple weeks on that 50, which wasn't the Barrett for whatever reason, but it was also a Remington 700 action with 50 cal though, built up by Crane on a McMillan stock. So we kind of went through it that way. But you're that one weapon system that whole time.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah. As you're learning, that's like. You shoot other stuff in, because everything was catered towards being successful in passing the Scout Sniper basic course.
And how was that? So that's at Pendleton, right? Or was it?
There's one in Pendleton. There was one in Hawaii, Quantico, and then Lejeune.
Oh, the multiple. I guess I didn't.
Yep. So there was 4 schools. So
and now there are 0. Is that right?
No, there's 3 currently.
Oh, I thought they're going away.
Yeah. So the end of, they're saying, I just talked to one of the 3.5 guys that's getting ready to, they're still running.
So they're still putting, okay.
Yeah. So
it wasn't like, all stop.
It's going at least through the end of the year.
Okay.
That they're going to be running courses out of the schoolhouse. And then it's kind of up in the air as far as like what happens.
Come on, Marine Corps. Man, come on. There's some senior level Marines out there. Come on. Disappointing.
It's the brass.
Marine Corps brass. I'm disappointed.
But so I was supposed to go to Pendleton, and too many people showed up. So they did the old, another, here's the Marine Corps coming out in full force. They basically chopped off the bottom of the alphabet. So
line up alphabetically, line up by height, something like that. Oh man.
So I didn't get to go to Pendleton with all my buddies from my platoon because my last name is ST and they cut us off. Which is funny because John Blank.
Yes.
Yes.
Amazing.
My buddy, he was a recon Marine. He was in that class. I was supposed to be in there with him.
Okay.
But because I was the end of the alphabet, they're like, just go home. And I'm like, what do we do now? They're like, we're going to try and get you to go to Hawaii. And Hawaii is this whole other monster.
Really?
Yeah. So it was.
How so?
It was known. Some things are easier. Some things are harder. The harder things is that, so the guy I told you just went down to, he just moved to Texas. He's my neighbor now. That was the chief scout at the time. Like he had just gotten done with like back-to-back deployments from like 04 to 08. And then they're like,
hardcore.
You're going to run the Scout Sniper School. He's like, what? And like, it was just miserable. It was like,
really?
he ran like.
What island? Oahu.
Yep. Kanoe Bay. Yeah. Was where the schoolhouse was. And so every day started with, and of course, again, you've got a pig egg and you're rocking around every day started with a 2 mile, 4 mile, 2 miles each way run to the armory. at, whatever, 4:30 or whatever it is to get to the schoolhouse for the first period of instruction. So you're in such good shape. You're running with your M40 and a pig egg.
How big is the class?
31 people started, and it was so fun. Our honor grad ended up being Holsey, who was in Generation Kill. Oh. He was one of the guys from that. So it was one of those things, again, I'm like, you start touching these different historical, significant points without, and there was probably a third of the class was recon. And so most of it is I felt very well prepared in the sense that my platoon and going through the INDOC and the training that they had me do was I felt pretty capable to go be successful over there. The really difficult part for Hawaii specifically was the shooting portion. I think stalking was actually a little bit easier out there. Some of the stuff that I got away with on stalks was I would have a little bit of veg, but because it's so vegetated, you can find a tiny little window where you can see the spotters, and you don't even need to veg up at all. I got it 100 and I had no veg.
It's a little different than the desert. We did ours in the desert in Island. Not much to hide behind.
Yeah. So that was a little
micro terrain.
That was a little bit easier, but the shooting portion was more difficult because they did not have a range out to a grand with pits. Oh. So we were, for our known distance, we were shooting on steel. And the range is out at Camp Schwab, which is an Army base in Hawaii. And so the range that you shoot on out there, you have the mountain range to your left and the ocean to your right.
Okay.
And so you've got the winds coming off the mountains and out of the ocean.
That's great training.
And they're swirling and they're doing all sorts of crazy things. And so I did not...
maybe not the greatest way to start and sight in and get all your base, distance stuff. Yeah. But great training. After you get that stuff down, great for reading wind. Yeah. Maybe afterward, maybe. Initially, maybe not the best.
Initially not. It made it for a very stressful final qualification.
Yeah.
300 to 600 was in pits. Yeah. You're on a flat range. You go out there, and it's just that it's the spotters, right? So, so when your first round doesn't hit, and which happens a lot because of these crazy swirling winds and you're on steel.
Gotta adjust.
And also you can't go out to the range because there was some radiation, the instructors had to go put all the targets in because something was dropped out there at some point in time that we as students couldn't go out on the range. And you just don't have that much experience behind glass, and you're using the freaking World War II spotting scopes.
What? That are really?
Yeah,
just even in 2000. What year is this? 2007, 8?
This was 8. Yeah, which is that's the Marine Corps in a nutshell.
I saw Marines in I think even 2006 maybe. But anyway, things could have conflated together. Regardless, in between 2001 and 2006, somewhere in there, 7, 8, somewhere in there, that had M16s that I would have no optic type thing. Oh, yeah. That Vietnam era they looked like anyway. Yeah, exactly. Probably if you gauge those barrels or whatever, probably would not have been. They probably were used in Vietnam. Yeah. I mean, no bluing, I couldn't believe it.
I have no doubts that my spotting scope was used in Vietnam. There's no doubt about that. And so shooting was I did not finish with my original spotter. Essentially, if you didn't get it on the first go, and you had to meet a certain amount of points based off of how you did on the 300 to 600, if you didn't get it the first time, you could switch spotters. Yeah. And so I had to switch spotters a couple of times because every single second call was not hitting.
That's tough. Luckily, I had a good spotter, and he was my spotter the whole time.
Yeah. And so, but that starts playing with your mental capability because you're well, is it him or is it me?
Right.
Is it am I a bad shooter? Is he a bad spotter?
I saw people getting fights, because they couldn't get along with their spotter.
But I just cleaned it. My last try, nice. I finally got my buddy Jordan Laird. as a spotter. Like I just cleaned it. It was great.
Nice.
On the very last go.
You got to trust your spotter too, because he gives you a call, you got to do it, or at least I did, even when you're like, not so sure. And then even if he screws up, you got to forgive, got to stay focused. And luckily I did a good job for him too. So we both went through the whole thing together, but man, that's tough. You got issues with your spotter and you got to switch out and,
it's just not the things you want to be thinking about.
Yeah.
When you got one chance left to pass or you go home, and you do not want to deal with the travesty of returning back to your unit from.
And you got immediate feedback then. You didn't have to wait for things to go down in the butts and then come back up, pasted with your little, the little things in there.
Oh yeah. No, it wasn't.
You got to hear, like your last one, you got to hear a ding because it was steel. That's pretty cool though, to know you passed because of a ding rather than it going down and then coming back up.
Yep. It made the, passing that,
that's kind of cool.
You go through the trial of it and it makes it that much better when you do get it through. And then the other unique thing about Hawaii was that we had a hell week.
What?
Yeah. So it was like, we went to a different part on Schwab and we were supposed to be out there for 5 days. We had a medical incident, where everything kind of stopped.
What happened?
Somebody went into full body convulsions during a night march.
No way.
And all of a sudden, all the instructors are like, go sit over there, drink water and eat food. And we're like, you told us we weren't eating anything. Like, eat this MRE. And so the hell week kind of changed halfway through. Wow. As it was a little too tough.
Was that part of the curriculum or approved curriculum, or is that okay?
Yeah, and that's what's fun about the Marine Corps is that each of these entities has their own little niches and they do things just a little bit differently, and so it makes the small tribe even smaller. Like, oh, where did you go through school? Where did you go through school? Right. And that was once I got into the weeds on being a staff sniper, that was like when I was like, I remember our ghillie break-in.
And you had to build your own ghillie suit?
Build your own ghillie.
Had to build
which
mine
is
as well.
So fun to build a ghillie.
It's all part of it. I think they get issued, or at least I think I might be speaking out of turn. I think at some point they started getting ghillie suits issued.
Really?
I'm not positive.
I don't think that ever happened in the Marine.
We
would get like
that's
those.
Not happening.
You remember those Cobra hoods?
What are those? Just the shawl type thing that goes over?
Yeah, it's just like the nipple up hood.
Yeah.
We started getting some of those, but it's like we really liked that. We liked the process. You could also pick whatever type of uniform, and I'm a super big nerd when it comes to camo and uniforms and stuff like that. So I got the old IR parka.
IR parka, wow.
From the Gulf War.
Okay.
And so I had this like long draping top for my ghillie suit.
Okay.
And during ghillie break-in, they basically it was just like a shit pond. It was like this pile of water just covered, you're just like so much shit and mud in there. And I remember going through that, and they're like, drag your face, go underwater. And I'm like, this is what I signed up for. Like, I'm finally doing what I signed up for. And it was like a really cool moment for myself within the career of getting to a certain point where you're like, this is it.
That's awesome. Yeah, our ghillie suits, it was like a big deal making your ghillie suit. Mm-hmm. We had to, I don't think any of it was issued. I kind of think we had to, maybe we got part of it, and then you had to go and do it all. And I think I might still have it. I don't even like talking about this because I get so mad. I saved all my gear from buds. I still have my buds knife. I still have a lot of it, but I saved it. So I have like a history of what we were issued from 97 all the way through 2016. And wouldn't fit in our garage in Coronado when I got out of the military, so I put it in a friend's garage. And not all of it, but a lot of it. And then we moved out here. He gets a divorce. It goes with the wife. It goes away. I am so angry. I can't let talking about it. But I think my ghillie suit survived, and I think it's in storage here. Not 100% positive. But it still has that smell. And for those who went through Naval Special Warfare Sniper School back in the day, you know that it has this like smell of Nyland, California from stalking. Like there's a certain smell that goes along with that part of the desert.
A little bit of sage.
Yeah, probably a little bit of sage, maybe. I don't know what it is, but you open a bag. Even my wife she can pick it out. But I would open a bag, and she'd be like, "Oh, it's an island bag. It just has this distinct smell. But you got to make all that stuff. And it was a big part of the deal, part of the process, part of the indoctrination, part of the brotherhood of it was building that ghillie suit and then showing up and putting it to work. So it's a cool part of that process. But I'm surprised that you had so much leeway in the Marine Corps. Actually, it is surprising to me that they weren't like, this is exactly what you're going to use to make this ghillie suit. And this is exactly how you're going to do it, Marine.
Yeah, and that's what another thing that I really enjoyed about being a scout sniper was you exist in this kind of gray area, right? Like you're a secondary specialized MOS, but you're still with the regular infantry. And so, sometimes we'd get tapped and like, we're going to support recon if they don't have sniper capabilities, or, we're just jumping in, like we're being a lineman again. And so because you were kind of horned out in a way, like it allowed a certain amount of, just a little bit more freedom than what you typically got in like the regular line companies. Okay. And I like that. That was like, almost like you earned it in a way because you did the harder things.
Are you stalking at the same time that you're doing the shooting, or are they separate things? Like you shoot first and then this next 2 weeks is stalking, or how does that work for you guys?
Yes. Shooting is first.
And then you stalk. And so you've passed the shooting side. Is there like a culmination exercise where you put both of those things together at the end, or is it shooting phase, stalking phase, and now you graduate?
Yeah, shooting phase. Well, there was.
Did you actually shoot in the stalking phase also, live rounds, or is it just like the blank?
Just blanks.
Okay.
Yeah. Later on, we did some other stuff, so like some 360-degree stalks when I went through the team leader course and stuff like that. Because originally, back before I was in the Scout Sniper School, was just one 12-week course, and then they split that up, and they had the basic course and then the team leader course. So I went through the team leader course later on. Okay. And then they added like urban sniper and mountain sniper and a couple other things there too.
Mountain sniper at Mountain Warfare Training School, Mountain Warfare Training Center.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I never got to go there.
Neither did I. And I'm so upset because the first time that I saw what I in my head tell myself as a Marine sniper is when I was backpacking in that area with my dad as a kid. And I think I was 10. I want to say I was 10. And we're coming out and it's rainy. I think it's end of the summer, early fall. And we're coming out of the backcountry, backpack. We've been back there for like 5 days. We're coming out and in comes this guy, and it's right there by the Marine Corps Mountain Warfare Training Center. And he's in head to toe old school camo, and his face is all painted up and he's got a bow. So it must have been fall. So it must have been early fall because because he's got a bow and he's going in. And I'm like, oh man, that's so awesome.
That's it.
And I never got to go there. Never got to go to, was it Bridgeport? Is that right?
Yep, Bridgeport. Yeah, I didn't either while I was in. I actually went there in February I did a little shooting package out there in a little winter survival package. My buddy, Mark D'Ambrosio, who was, he was Scout Sniper Recondo guy. I actually met him in Okinawa on my second deployment. He went to Bridgeport as an instructor afterwards, so he taught the mountain sniper and then also the winter warfare elements of it. And he's got a training company now. Nice. He started a wine company, and so I wanted to go spend some time with him. And we went out there and we did this hellacious movement through the mountains on snow skis with sleds and nice. It was awful. It sucked.
Nice.
It was a suffer fest for sure.
That sounds awesome.
It was, and we got to shoot some long range stuff out there. Shooting from the sitting over a grand.
Solid. Just
all good old stuff.
What's graduation like then? Did you get the hogs? Is there a graduation like ceremony? Is there like a ceremony, or is it like, hey, everybody in, and then you get your hog's tooth then? Yeah,
it's the one time when it becomes a little bit more informal, and it's like nice. it becomes that good old boys club.
That's what I pictured.
You go to the range, the instructors bring out their stuff that represents them as a scout sniper instructor, and whether that be a spear or paddle or everybody's kind of got like a kind of totem because of what the students or people within their platoon don them with as a reward for their good leadership and being a good Marine. And so they're all out. All the instructors are on one side on the range, and all the students are on the other. And it is that moment when you're like, you're not that student. Like you're in the tribe now. You're in this like super small selective group of humans.
Nice.
And it's very serious and clear. Like it is on you to carry this torch forward. Like just because you go through this doesn't mean that you're done. Like now the work begins to carry this torch forward, but it's done in a like man-to-man way that like I really respected how that whole process was run when I was done. And I was like one of the proudest moments of my life, like getting to go through that and like
it's awesome
saying that. Especially we had, I think our attrition rate was like 51% or something, which is like the bare minimum that they were allowing them to have at the time.
Did you wear your hog's tooth from then on forward?
Yeah.
And where's it today?
It's at my house, sitting locked away.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. You want to lock that one away. You don't want that one to go missing.
No.
That's pretty special.
Yeah.
Man, amazing. I got to put a little more Marine Corps sniper action into the books, I think.
You should.
Yeah, I think I need to do that. Pay a little tribute, little nod to that history. And to that history, speaking of that history, I want to ask you about the Marine Corps Sniper School possibly going away and why on earth they would do that. But first, I got to go make a quick little call.
Let's do it. Let's take a break.
All right, let's do it. All right, today I want to talk about Protect.com. That is Protekt.com. Started by my buddy Nick Norris from the SEAL teams, who was recently on the podcast. He's all about health and wellness and living that best life. So what we have here, hydration, immunity, energy, rest, liquid packs. Because we all want to feel our best. We dream of waking up with plenty of energy to excel at our work, our personal lives, and have a great workout every single day. But the reality is, very few of us do that. That's why Protect was started. And you can grab a convenient pack right here. This is energy. So this has been boosting me through my latest novel. And look at that. It's a liquid pack right there. You just, bam, add it to a glass, add a little water, and you are good to go. So hydration, love the hydration and the immunity and the clarity, which I'm going to take as soon as this podcast is over and I get back to writing. So all of that plus the rest. How important is that rest? Right here, take that an hour and a half before bed for some great sleep. And for hydration right here, 30 minutes after you wake up and right before your workout. So swap that daily energy drink for the energy. Try that hydration, that immunity, that rest. And they also have products like this, Reef Safe Sunscreen, SPF 50. Protect right there. And right now you can get 25% off. Go to Protekt.com. That is Protekt.com/dangerclose for 25% off. Go check them out. Took a little break, grabbed some water because we discussed caffeine earlier, and I'm at, what was it, Austin? I'm now at 500 milligrams this last hour or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I figured I'd just get a little water in my Protect cup right here. Nick Norris, been on the podcast before. Awesome guys, Protekt. People should check them out for sure. And we fueled up also with some Maui Nui venison sticks right here. So Axis Deer, these guys out of Maui right here. Maui Nui. These things are good.
They're really good. Anytime someone tries Axis for the first time, I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Wait, this isn't normal venison.
Yep. No, there's something about it. It's so good. And their website, they also sent out a bunch of fillets and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, these things are legit. I love this.
Yeah, if I remember
venison
right,
stick, 100% wild harvested venison, 6 grams of protein. Maui Nui, Nui. Yeah,
there's higher fat content.
Oh, is that right?
In Axis Deer, I believe.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the fillets. Oh man, good stuff. Back straps. you know, delicious, good stuff. Right where you were doing your sniper stuff, essentially, same area of the world.
Pretty close. Pretty close.
And you just did a little hunt out there in Maui not too long ago.
Yeah, I went out there last summer with Maui Hunting Safari.
Nice.
And they don't usually let people bow hunt too often out there. But
Why's that?
success rates. They just, a lot of people, I guess, have trouble wounding animals and out there, at least in their experience. That's kind of what they told me. But
Interesting. Yeah, because on Lanai, so people love to go out there and bow hunt. There's such a huge hunting culture in Hawaii. People don't really think of that when they think of the islands, you know. But the bow hunters out there, and for people coming from the mainland over here, you get so many opportunities. That's what's great about it. And the wind conditions are swirling, and just it's great training for a bow hunter out there, because you're not going to have, it's not like the fall and you're freezing and you're waiting and you're patient and you're going to get that one opportunity of the season to be able to put meat in your fridge and feed your family. Well, no, out there, you mess it up in the morning. Guess what? You can come back in the afternoon. Yeah. They didn't go anywhere. They're going to be out there. You can practice your stalking, practice it's a good place to go. So with Pineapple Brothers out there, a lot of people come out to bow hunt essentially for the training, because you're going to get so many opportunities with that bow out there. So you can pack like 5 years of stalks into one trip. Yeah. Which is great.
Which is the best part too.
Nice. But you bow hunted out there.
Yeah. Yeah. I went out there with my girlfriend Rihanna. She had been out there before, and she was out there prior to me, and she got a ram as well out there. There's
Mouflon sheep.
Yes, nice. Sorry, not a ram. So she already had a kill when I showed up, and then we both got access while we were out there.
Nice.
And then we went to the Big Island. Have you been to the Big Island at all?
Yep, but I haven't spent much time there.
And I went and hung out with Justin Lee. Have you met him? Mm-mm. He's another Sitka ambassador.
Oh, nice.
He is really well known for his freediving.
Okay.
He competes in the world championships of that every year. He's, killed something 300 feet down.
That's incredible.
With a spear gun before. But he's a really amazing human. His family's roots go back on the Big Island, back before the U.S. got their fingers in there. And he has this huge restoration project that he's doing on the Big Island. And they are restoring this huge amount of forest, but they're also making it viable as a business, because they're selling essential oils out of there. And the Big Island was when I really... I had to take him out, because, man, I would love to live here. People are growing coffee in their yard, mango trees, pineapples. Just the food alone.
Don't talk it up. Don't talk it up. People will start going, and everybody. Yeah. Talk about it. Everybody needs to move to Montana.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like everybody else.
Right.
I get that same thing whenever I talk about Idaho too.
Yeah,
people don't like you talking about Idaho.
# Montana. Keep doing that. Sorry, Montana people. I love it up there. It is beautiful in Montana. But they got same thing. We were in Hawaii last week with our youngest. He had not been to Pearl Harbor, had not been to Punch Bowl National Cemetery yet. So we went out there with him, see his my grandfather, his great grandfather's name on the MIA wall up there at Punch Bowl National Cemetery. Took him to Pearl Harbor, walked through the USS Bowfin, a submarine from World War II, which is pretty amazing to walk through that and think about these guys fighting that thing. And then up to the USS Missouri, see where the Japanese surrendered in 1945. Yeah. So we did that last week. But I was thinking the same things. I'm looking around. We stayed on the North Shore, went up there, rented a house on the North Shore, and it's just so beautiful. And that part isn't developed yet. They've kept most of the hotels out of there. So it's really cool spot. But we were thinking the same thing, believe me.
Yeah. I had a really cool moment on my first deployment. I was on the USS Pearl Harbor as we were jet setting around the Pacific, and we got to go into Pearl Harbor on the USS Pearl Harbor. I was like, man, this is such a cool moment as an American.
Yeah.
Just thanking myself for making the decisions I had. Incredible. Up to that point, a 20-year-old just incredible on the bow of the USS Pearl Harbor rolling in, and We did the whole Pearl Harbor tour and everything. And
yeah, that's incredible. Everybody should go out there when they can and go, especially with kids, and take them to Pearl Harbor and take them to the USS Missouri and the Bowfin and Punch Bowl, and go spend a little time there in quiet reflection. Yeah, and Big Island, I'd love to spend a little more time there. I've been there once or twice, but each island has its own, distinct personality. And but the Big Island would be pretty cool to spend a little more time. Maybe that'll be the next one that we go and spend a little time on.
Yeah, you should. Justin's family has a restaurant. His brother runs a restaurant out there, and it's like right on the shore.
Oh, very cool.
Very, very nice. And they had to go through this process because originally the Big Island was split up into like pizza wedges. And each had a tribal leader, and Justin's family was the tribal leader for that section of the island. And then as it's evolved, they've kind of switched around what they're responsible for. But for this one specific restaurant, because there's not a ton of places that you can own, and just the terrain out there, there's a lot of lava rock and stuff like that. So when this when this property became open, they actually had to try out for the ability to run the restaurant. And so there was this huge whittling process, and they were one of 5 selected to cook what they would have for the restaurant. And they ended up winning it. And it's one of the best meals I've ever had in my life.
What's the name of the restaurant?
Oh God, I don't remember.
You were dreading me asking you that question as you were saying that, weren't you?
We'll
look it up and we'll put it. Hey, let's put it in the show notes or something
like
that. Yeah, because I'm gonna go. I want to spend a little more time out there. But that's awesome, man. So cool. Gosh,
Hawaii, man. Hawaii.
I love Hawaii, Montana. Not Park City. Everybody's already here though. Yeah. COVID really that airport in Salt Lake, the easy access in and out of here, being able to fly back to California or fly back to New York, for people really made this a destination for people that wanted to get their kids back in school in New York and California. Shut down and made sure and announced that they would not be having an in-person school year back in the fall of 2020. So everybody that was from those places seemed to migrate this direction.
Yeah.
So things got a little busier out here, which is one of the reasons that we got as far out as we could up here. But that's how it goes.
Yeah, that airport's not the same. It is like Atlanta now. It takes forever to get anywhere.
B Gates. Yeah, if you're going to go to B Gate,
yeah,
you're going to get a little exercise.
Yep.
And they even put some like posters up or wall murals that said something about, it wasn't like this initially, but it said, hey, you're getting your steps in, we're helping you stay healthy and all that sort of thing as you're going along. Because I think they got a lot of complaints about how far it was to get out to the B Gates. I missed my first flight out of there because I was like, I'm just going to hang out over here in a area at this restaurant, and I got a couple hours to my flight, so I'm just gonna get a little food, and then I'm like, okay, about time to start walking. Started walking, kept walking, and missed it.
Yep.
Oh well, that is just how it goes. But before we took a little break, when I took a little break, there's a Marine Corps tie-in to why we took a little break. Had to jump on a little call that luckily ended up getting pushed today, so that's good. But writing a first nonfiction coming out in fall of 2024 on the 1983 Beirut barracks bombing. So I'm working with a guy named James Scott, historian, Pulitzer Prize finalist on that, and doing the research right now. And man, yeah, but the lead up to that, the embassy bombing in April of 83, then the bombing in October of 83, the talk from the administration afterward, then the action a few months later, recently declassified documents. So we're pouring through all that, and I was talking to a bunch of different documentary companies about maybe turning it into a documentary. We'll see if
that would be great. I think that's needed. And we were talking about that Surprise Kill Vanish book earlier, and kind of taking that with a grain of salt. But you really, within that book, I think what it does do well is it puts together this larger timeline with specifically the Middle East and special operations with where we're at today. And you really understand all of these things that have happened over the course of the U.S. history within the last 4 decades. They're all really tied to each other. And we're in a zone now where I don't think people know all the steps that have gotten us here, but all this stuff has stacked on top of each other, specifically in the clandestine world with what we've done, what's been done to us, and the decisions and trying to navigate that well in the middle of, right after Beirut, the Berlin Wall came down, and that created like this whole other universe of things that we needed to do and watch for. And you can start piecing some of these things together throughout history to see where we got today. And that was what that book I really liked about that, was seeing a lot more of the bigger picture.
Well, speaking of bigger picture, Marine Scout Sniper School on the chopping block. I mean, I saw the headlines that said that it was going away. And did it go away after, what's the history of the Marine Corps Scout Sniper School? When did that first become an official school? And then when did it go away before?
Officially, Vietnam.
Like during Vietnam, they established the school?
Yes, I believe so. And it has, it's gone through its stages. Like, this isn't the first time the sniper, quote unquote, MOS has gone by the wayside in the Marine Corps. And it always seems to come back. Like, I did this social media.
It'll come back.
Yeah.
So why get rid of it?
Yeah, that's a really good question, right? And I don't know. I've been out for a while, but just the conversations that I've had, it seems like it's a combination of people within the community of Scout Snipers that didn't want to change the course curriculum, and the Marine Corps is really struggling with retention right now.
I guess everyone is, right?
Yeah, and so they're trying to fix that in a larger way, in a larger capacity. And I don't know what they specifically think they're solving by getting rid of the Scout Sniper platoons, because you just look at me, for example. That was the precipice of what I wanted to get to, as something to strive for. But there's no after that. Like the other decision, and a lot of guys I have buddies that got out and became Green Berets. To go back and go to basic reconnaissance course or MARSOC was really your only two options if you said you wanted to move up the ladder of the Marine Corps. And I think there was some pissed off generals and brass that, they didn't like their interactions with Scout Snipers. We're stubborn. We don't really want to change. And it was part of the, what do they call it? The Force Projection 2030. Like it's part of this much larger plan that they think that
maybe it's all going to be AI robot snipers in place.
Yeah. And
they need to give some defense contracting company that they're going to sit on the board of next year a few $1 billion to figure it out.
Yeah.
That's possible.
It's very possible. Mm-hmm. But what I really take issue within the whole thing is the quality of Marine that would come out of the Scout Sniper pipeline. And all of the best Marines I know were Scout Snipers. And I'm not saying that because I'm biased, but it creates, due to this like middle ground that we were talking about earlier, like it creates a really, really resilient individual and a really capable individual. And anytime, I think Vietnam was so interesting because you really had these traditional missions where you had a couple guys going out and they were doing their own thing. That completely went by the wayside. When I was in Afghanistan, like we weren't even allowed to leave the wire with less than like 12 people. So you completely had to shift how you operated in your doctrine and mold it around these different SOPs that traditionally weren't put in place for us. And so you can kind of start seeing this evolution to where having one or two guys with, long range capabilities through the form of a sniper rifle just doesn't resonate with people who are commanding a large battleground anymore.
It's too bad because it's when you have history there, and like third phase in Buds, we go out to San Clemente Island and we put explosive charges on obstacles the same way you would have in the 40s. in World War II.
Yeah.
And we do that, one, to evaluate how safe people are with explosives and if you can follow the instructions and go through procedures and that sort of a thing. But it's also a touch point with those generations, with that previous generation of frogmen. And so you have like a 2-man team and you're out there and one guy's on the surface looking down, you dive down, he's like watching you, make sure you're safe. You go through and get this, the demo set up as long as you can hold your breath. And then when you can't hold your breath anymore, you stop. And then you come up to the surface, get your breath, that guy goes down. And he goes in, gets it to the next phase, how long he can hold his breath. And then when he can't hold his breath anymore, he comes up and you go down. And you just go back and forth until you get this demo set on these things. And are we going to do that in real life? No, probably not. But it's really cool that you're doing the same kind of thing that these guys did in the 40s, that they've been training on since then. And you're seeing these guys can follow these procedures under pressure because you're being evaluated by an instructor staff and all that stuff. But then you actually blow them. And so you have an entire class at a set demo field out there in the bay off San Clemente, or I guess in the ocean off San Clemente. And you come in and you light these things off. And it is awesome to see. A lot of times you get your class picture there and it's going up behind you in the background, that sort of a thing.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool. But sniper thing the same way. That we didn't do it like that with Vietnam era, 2 guys going out, lying in the jungle, waiting for an NVA column to make their way through the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and then take 1 shot, maybe 2.
Yeah.
Wait for the officer, the radio man, whatever it was, and then sneak back through the jungle, or maybe call in some close air support or something like that. Like that wasn't the role that I played as a sniper either, but it was cool to do that from an evaluation standpoint, and then you adapt it to the battlefield. So same thing, we would go out and sometimes we actually dressed up as Marines, went through a clearance operation in Ramadi, and then stayed behind while they loaded back the trucks and then went back to base. But now we're in position over a heavily IED'd area or something like that. But it's still cool to train like that because you have a touch point with Marines that went through before and did that sort of thing. But now you're on a modern battlefield, and so yeah, I mean, it makes sense to have a few more people stay behind to hold security, to carry a heavy weapon in case you need it, that sort of a thing. Get your machine gunner out there, have somebody on the big radio in case you need to call in some artillery or close air support or whatever it might be. But it's too bad they're getting rid of it, or some general thinks it's a good idea, or they want to shave that budget, because I have to imagine the Scout Sniper budget is a tiny sliver of the overall Marine Corps budget. I have to think.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but comparatively to, they also got rid of tanks too.
They did. Huh?
Yeah, but the inability now. So basically, line companies, regular infantry, they don't have long range support now. It's just like, why wouldn't we want our infantry to have long range support? Well, we've got javelins and we've got Gustavs now. Like, why do we need a single calculated shot? And it's like, well, if you look at how I was operating in Afghanistan, it was very similar to what you just mentioned, in the sense that the way that we had to adapt to what the battlefield was giving us was we camouflaged down. Like we very rarely took out bolt guns. We would rock 7.62 Mark 11s, and then we would just look like regular infantry. And then we found great success in doing leave behinds, where we would potentially call for fire or provide support based on the movements of the patrol. And the sniper isn't going away. There's just so now it's just owned by Recon. Oh. So there's a Recon sniper school, which is like kind of this all-encompassing sniper. They do a lot of urban type.
So maybe I spoke out of turn. Maybe I shouldn't be as hard on the Marine Corps brass as I just was.
Well, it's this. I still don't think it should go away, and they're trying to figure out their pipeline implementation to where like there's different types of tracks for people to get up to, and they said, in their wisdom, they thought that if the sniper quote unquote title is attached to Recon, we'll have more people who want to get into Recon in general who are going to stay around longer, as opposed to just being part of a regular infantry unit.
Okay.
So you can kind of start to see like, oh yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense for retention purposes, like have that really highly regarded job part of an existing special operation capability within the Marine Corps, and have that be the thing where you go to get that now.
Okay. So is recon, is it still force recon, or is there still a difference between recon and force recon? And are those guys attached to, you never want to say regular Marine, but a non-recon?
Yeah. So that was one of the big questions is the recon snipers going to then provide support for infantry units? And there wasn't like a really good answer to that, whether or not they were going to do that.
Okay. So someone's a MARSOC or a Raider. Where are their snipers coming from?
They have their own pipeline.
Oh, in-house.
Yeah.
In-house sniper school. Mm-hmm. And where's that one?
I think that's in Quantico.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So Marine Corps will retain a sniper capability,
Yeah.
it seems like.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe I was a little too hard.
Yeah. It's just
on
like
some of those
some
of those comments.
It went from being the 0317 into, I think it's like 0326 now. So it's just like owned by Recon.
Okay, so it still exists. Okay.
But all that,
I thought it was all going away, and I was like, what?
Well, the history of traditional Scout Sniper platoons is.
Okay.
So there's the schoolhouse. They say right now it's going to have classes through the end of the year, maybe a couple in 2024. But I was talking to my chief instructor. I'm like, what's going to happen to the schoolhouse? And like, they're saying they're just going to leave it there, like just intact. And I'm like, I just don't see that happening.
Just until they need to start it up again. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
So you get out of sniper school, get your hog's tooth, and then do you know where you're going already from there? Are you going back somewhere or in a new role, or are you going to a new unit?
Same unit. Did one more pump, another MEU. The 30 worst or the 31st.
Are you on an amphib this whole time? Like on the MEU? That was a MEU. You used to be on a ship, right?
Yep. So the first MEU I did was on a ship most of the time.
Okay.
And then the 31st on a ship, go to Okinawa. We were in Okinawa for a while. Some of the unit went back on ship and did some stuff. My group ended up going to Fuji, Japan. The iconic volcano that sits in the background of all the Tokyo imagery that you see. There's a base right next to that.
Okay.
And so I did that for a little bit. Really boring. Another one of those deployments where I'm like, we're fighting.
Are you like, why aren't we in Iraq? Why aren't we in Afghanistan?
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Why are we not over there doing our jobs in the fullest extent? And even still, after I got back from that one, I still had to switch units to go to combat because the unit I was with, 2-5, didn't have a combat deployment scheduled. So I got back and like, I have to do what I signed up for.
Yeah.
And you're looking at Afghanistan and Iraq with where they were at the time, 09, 10.
Yeah.
It was like, it was still hot and heavy. And so me and a group of 4 other guys from 2-5 switched decks and went over to 3-5 and then did a shorter workup with them before we went to Afghanistan and down in the Helmand Valley.
Okay. What year are you there?
That was 10 into 11.
Okay. How long was that deployment?
7
7
months. A little over.
Yeah. And is your role as a sniper this time around?
Yep. So they took we had a stacked platoon. It was pretty cool. We had I think 30 guys, and I want to say 17 of them or something like that were hogs. So we had a lot of school trained guys, a lot of guys with a lot of good experience, and then we got split up into 3 different sections. Each section went and supported a different line company within that. So I got attached to Lima Company and basically worked with them for the full 7 months of operations in the Sangin area.
What was your first, like you land and step off that bird? Do you land in Bagram and then fly down, or land in Kandahar? Where do you go to?
Leatherneck.
That's where you land in?
Yeah, we went into Leatherneck. We were there for a couple days, maybe a week or so, the whole unit was. And then we went into Sangin. We went to, there are 2 larger FOBs there.
Okay.
Nole and Jackson. And then it was It was a week before we got to our PB.
What's PB?
Patrol base.
Okay.
So but it was, we didn't get a ton of intel on what we were getting into. Before we went, we knew it was our Sergeant Major came out and he gave us some hints like it was going to get pretty spicy.
Yeah.
But specifically, tactically, we weren't 100% sure what we were going to be doing. And it was like from first moments on the ground, it was very evident that it was going to be very kinetic. I remember we got in the middle of the night. The next morning, we were replacing 40th British Marines. And so standing around in the smoke pit, and some stuff starts popping off, and all of a sudden, like, rounds are landing in the fob, like right next to our feet. And I'm like, how are these even getting into the fob here? Like, it was a really big base, and that just kind of set the cadence for, it was pretty much the next 4 months were daily kinetic operations.
And what are you doing? You like patrol into contact, or you have have missions to clear a certain area, and you're going into villages? Or are you doing key leader engagements? What's your mission on the ground there?
It was a lot of clearing certain compounds within our area of operations, and basically the company that I got attached to, we were at the western edge of our battle space, and so we went to this place, Patrol Base Almas. And we were with one platoon of Lehman Company, and we just started going out to these compounds around our area, which were just infested with Taliban. Mm-hmm. Like we couldn't go 200 yards without running into an IED, and then they basically would use those as means to ambush afterward. And tactically, the British were, they suffered like a third of all their casualties in OEF in Sangin. And so what they ended up doing was they set up a ton of really small patrol bases all over the place. And so they weren't patrolling on a regular basis. Well, the vegetation around there in the spring and summer is so thick in farmland that you can't see more than 200 yards. Okay. And so when we got there and we're like, we're going to fucking patrol, that's what we do, we were just hitting IEDs every day right next to the base. The first patrol I went out on, we hit one in an irrigation ditch. I could see the guard tower from where it happened.
Are you in vehicles or on foot, or what?
On foot. Everything's on foot. And the ID threat was so bad that we had to do Ranger file everywhere we went. And so it was extremely slow. So a lot of standing out in the middle of the open in some field, just waiting. You're patrolling in a file, and are these things command detonated? Are there pressure plates for them, or are they hitting the point man, or what are they doing? Most of the time, we saw everything, but most of the time it was pressure plates. And so what they would do is they would go super low tech. The actual pressure plate was cardboard and wood, and then they would bury the homemade explosives below that, and then they would bury the battery pack like 20 yards away and run the line down deep. And so the metal detectors that we were using would rarely pick up any elements of it. We'd find battery packs, but the pressure plate was 20, 30 yards away from it. So it really made us have to be super meticulous in our movements, which just completely slowed us down almost to a halt. So like it would take us, an hour and a half to go a click.
So is that point man, like your first one out, you hit an ID, and who did it hit? Where did it hit in the column?
Unfortunately it hit the squad leader, and he lost both of his legs, and then the point man lost his arm, Sebastian Gallegos. And like we get up to this, and like I'm looking at the guard tower, and like we're just in the cornfield, and it was like that. Plus the day before, a herder with his sheep ran into an IED, and then like his son hit it in his ankle. And so it was just this, it was a psyche mindfuck because you were worried about every single step that you had to take throughout this whole entire process, right? And then also that really negates your ability to operate at night, and your ability to locate, close with, and destroy the enemy when you have to wait for someone with a metal detector everywhere you go in order to go attack the enemy.
Jeez, that is wild. How did you think about that in terms of going out each day? And by what I mean by that is when I got your Ramadi in 05 into 06, like the first couple patrols, I was like looking at everything like, oh, that could be an IED, that could be an IED, that could be an IED. Okay. And then, you know, very quickly I realized if I'm doing that, hey, that we have guys in the turret, we have guys that are, that's their job. My job as the leader at that point, as the officer, is to fight this unit. And that's taking a little bandwidth, you know, to do that. And I need to be focused on these other things. So I kind of resigned myself to fate, kind of like Bridge at San Luis Rey, which is a book about these travelers that are on this bridge that collapses. And it's about why were these people on this bridge at this time when it falls. And they made a horrible movie about it, I think, but it's a great book. It's like a novella, at least thin, and it's fate. And eventually, I was like, all right, you know, it's that's how I'm gonna conceptualize this. Let's go. Let's bring this fight to the enemy. But how did you walking most of the time? And we walked a lot in Ramadi. We'd go over the walls and, you know, late at night, drop down just a couple of snipers and some of the indige we were working with and move our way through the city because there was a curfew and set up where we're going to set up. So we did move a lot on foot, actually. But for some reason, when I was on foot, I never really worried about it. I don't know why, because I think maybe most of the hits, maybe I'm conflating things, but were vehicles. And so I never really worried about running through the streets of Ramadi at night to go find our building to go set up, and I don't know if I really thought about it too much. But when I was in vehicle, I sure did. But I also resigned myself to fate. But how did you conceptualize, you know, getting up in the morning, getting ready to go, leaving the patrol base, heading out, and within a couple hundred yards, knowing that, wow, that first one, we're losing my squad leader, patrol leader, officer, and point man. You know, they're down. How are you thinking about this and thinking about doing this for months on end?
It was really that classic, you have to give up the idea that you're going to survive. Like that was really the only way you could mentally be capable to do your job in that scenario was like, yeah, I'm probably going to lose my legs, and just eat that and just keep going and deal with that fear with every step that you took. And we did, you know, our tactics did evolve and change, and we got, you know, we would specifically try and move. There wasn't a lot of compounds out there. It's like the most rural you can get. Rarely did you see a second story building at all. But trying to move on the roofs as much as possible. But it was like with every evolution that we had, the enemy would adapt as well, right? So now they're specifically in fighting positions where they can't even see us on the ground. They can only see those, you know, one-story rooftops, and then they're specifically engaging people whenever they're on those rooftops, not even being seen from ground positions. And then they evolved even more to where they started putting IEDs on roofs. There was this one situation where we had me, my spotter, and a couple others had worked onto this second story roof, and we had taken a casualty earlier in the day. And so I was just on Overwatch, and I was running back and forth, and then some stuff started popping off to my left flank. And so it was those like brick half circle mounds as a roof. And so I'm running back and forth. I'm talking to my guys, engaging with some people to my front, and, you know, not thinking about it all. Like I'm safe. Right. But the reason that we had stopped there is because we had found an IED in the courtyard below. And so EOD shows up, takes care take care of that eye down below. And we had plenty of standoff distance, but when they blew up that one that was in the courtyard down below, it sympathetically detonated one that was like 10 feet behind me on the other side of one of these mounded rooftops, right? And so you really, like, you couldn't have a single safe peace of mind anywhere you went.
Yeah.
And you just gotta like accept your fate at that point, you know, and like,
I don't know if there's another way to do it.
No, there's not. And you saw some guys that like kind of went the wayside, that like they just couldn't operate. Like their survival instinct was like, I can't do it.
Can't accept it.
Yeah.
Man, that is so wild. Your EOD, who was your EOD? Was
it Navy EOD?
Oh, Navy EOD attached you guys.
Yep.
And they were with you the whole time?
Yeah, pretty much.
Out of the base, you'd call. Would they patrol with you, or you call them if you need them?
Most of the time, we would call them. They would kind of do a rotational basis where they would go, because like we were spread out all over the place. Like when we were at Patrol Base Almas, like we needed to push our western edge out further, so we set up another observation post, which we had to man. So with one platoon plus our section of snipers, and you know, we had taken like 10% casualties at this point. So now we got to man 2 different places with limited numbers and go back and forth between those things. So it's like you go out to the OP for a week and you patrol, and then you come back and you like get a little bit of downtime, but you're still running patrols out of that other OP. So it's like there was just no downtime whatsoever. Like, standing guard 2 to 6 in the morning, get an hour's sleep, go on patrol. And that was kind of just the cadence for months.
Wow. How are you exploiting intel? Do you have did they still call them HET at that time, Marine Corps Human Exploitation Team? Did you have those, or who do you have as on the intel front that's putting the picture together? We
didn't really get a whole lot out of that front, to be honest with you. And like anytime, because we move so slow, if we had a patrol of over 20 people, it wasn't a likelihood. It was a guarantee that we were going to get in a gunfight.
Wow.
Because when you have 40 people spread out in single file line across, like, it's such an easy target, and you're moving at a snail pace. So they would wait until our patrol got all the way out in no man's land, and then they would hit us. And like, you got to the point where like I knew
it's a daylight
patrol. I'm like, this one's, we're getting into it.
Here we go.
For sure. And you know, you just take that as it comes, and you know, fight. Like, it is exactly what I signed up for. Like, you just go out there and fight and just live with the reality of what you're in.
Did you have mortars at your patrol base or FOB, or somebody that can send it in artillery, or you have close air support sometimes, not all the time, or anytime you went out? Did you have something overhead, or nothing at all?
It varied. It varied. We did have artillery support, but the proximity in which we were fighting,
it's right there,
was so close that
put a
like
nice spiral on it.
Like if you're calling in arty, man, it's danger close.
Yeah.
You know, like that's just like, if you call in arty, like, it's danger close because all of our engagements were within 400 meters. Man. And so it's like, it's not the type of fight that you thought you were going to get into as a scout sniper, but you really just have to evolve and like figure out a way to operate within this, and develop the protocols in order to like minimize the amount of casualties that you would take.
Dude, that's serious.
Yeah, it was spicy, man. It was really spicy. And like, it was one of those things that was so strange, and our sections, our 3 different sections, that were like, all of us were in it equally. Like, there wasn't one place that was getting it a whole lot more than the other. Like, we were all in it. And it was, man, it's, you know, war is such a strange, fickle thing. And it was like, why was it? It was always the best guys. It was always the squad leaders, and like the dude, like, if you could pick one guy you didn't want to lose, it was like, that was the guy that got hit. And it just felt like you were in this twilight zone of an existence, and you're not even really alive. You're just fighting.
Did you think about what are we doing here, or are you more focused on, okay, we're going to go out, we know we're going to get hit, and where's the high ground? Where are they going to be attacking from? Do we have air? How are we going to move with this force? Like, are you thinking about that stuff, or are you like, when you're back in base, are you like, what are we doing here? Are we taking ground? Are we winning the hearts and minds here? Are they building a road through this area to connect it for agriculture and the future of this country? Or what are you thinking as far as that stuff goes? Or does that even enter your mind?
It is, and it really shifted about halfway through, like, and we weren't ready for it because we were in the fight for our lives, and then command comes down like we're engaging in a hearts and minds type of atmosphere now, and I'm like, I'm getting in fights every day. Like, what are you talking about? What perch are you standing on that you're observing this battlefield that, like, we even have the capabilities to think like that? Like, it's not what it was. But mostly I tried not to think, to concern yourself with the overall strategy. Like, you just drive yourself crazy because it didn't make any sense. Yeah. And then it was like, it felt like everything that command came down with that they wanted to, like, it just didn't make any sense. Like, they're like, go out to the river and put sensors in so that we can sense whenever people are going by the river. I'm like, how are these sensors going to know? Like, all they can do is detect motion, and like they don't know if it's a combatant or not. Like, people go to the river all the time. And then every time we went out to put these sensors in, like, someone would get hit, and then 2 days later the sensors would be gone. And so you're just in this constant propellant of, like, why are we doing this? Like, just let us loose and, like, go attack the enemy. But it for sure made me jealous of a lot of now my Ranger buddies who were always on the fucking offensive. And I existed in such a passive movement to contact protocol that
reactionary.
It was almost only reactionary.
Yeah, I think that not all the time, obviously, but you're trying to choose the time and place of your engagement, not letting the enemy do that. And of course, they get a vote, and you have to get to and from your target and that sort of thing. And they're adapting, and they're taking notes on your tactics and all the rest of it. But for the most part, we're trying to choose the time and the place and stack the odds in our favor and have air overhead and mitigate risk to force by
go out at
moving
night
to the target and back by different ways, depending on whether it's helicopter or it's gun trucks or it's individual vehicles or it's offset or it's on the X or whatever it is. You're maximizing the element of surprise. You're maximizing your tactics and your training and the technology at your disposal and everything else. And you're going out during the day. Do you even have nods? Is everyone issued a pair of nods?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was just there was a couple of things that happened early on in the deployment at night that was like, you can't detect IEDs. So going out at night was pretty much off the table. And we took so many casualties in the first 3 months that the Marine Corps almost just pulled my unit.
Really?
And then they took a company from a different unit and they put a whole company at the area we were operating out of with a platoon. And we tried to brief them as good as we could and do the left seat, right seat with them. And one of those things we told them, was like, you can't, like, going out at night. I mean, like, I know you want to do it. We want to do it. Like, you can't. And the first time they did it, hit an IED, and, like, one guy just got vaporized. And it completely changes the scope of what you're trying to do and, like, your effectiveness within your capabilities as an infantry unit.
Man. Did you use bolt gun at all, or did you always use the Mark 11 in its sniper weapon or long range capacity? We
would have a bolt gun, like, in the guard towers.
Okay.
But we would never take them on patrol. It was too easy to identify within the close confines in which we were doing. Plus, it wasn't the most effective tool for the job. You know?
We found that very early on as well. That Mark 11 and Mark 12, both those sniper weapon systems seem to be the way to go. It gives you some more options.
Yeah, and, like, I need to, like, they're for sure times, like I needed to be laying down suppressive fire, and like I can't do that really well with a bolt gun, you know, with a 5 to 10 round box magazine capability. Like we were, we would always go and clear these compounds. Like we'd go out 4 or 5 days, whatever, and like they're like, you know, you've got this section of buildings, this section of buildings, and this section of buildings. You got to clear all that. And like, okay, so we go out, start working in, and there was this, like the first one of these missions, we go out and we're starting to work into this compound, and I just remember a couple guys went up. You just hear a loud explosion, and this guy had thrown a grenade over the wall, and it landed like they were just shitting in the creek. That was right, like it's one irrigation dish, and the grenade landed in the shit creek. And it just blew shit all over everybody. And the only thing that got hit was one of the bomb sniffing dogs, like took a piece of shrapnel to the leg. So I've got this video of this dog limping to the bird as they do the medevac. And then in your head, you're like, you're going a really long ways, but you're not. You're just taking forever to get there. And so you're existing for 4 or 5 days, you know, less than a click from your patrol base, but you're super hyperkinetic. But and you can call for air, but everything's so tight. It's hard to specifically pin these guys down, and their movements or their avenues of movement are completely open because they know where all these IEDs are, and then you get. But there was one moment specifically. I was very, very happy I had a Mark 11 instead of a bolt gun, and me and my section leader were on this roof, and we're spotting stuff, and all of a sudden we hear an explosion behind us and all this radio chatter, and we're trying to figure out what happened, and like, was it another ID? And then I just hear these whistles coming over my head, and they've just started shooting at us with 37 millimeter grenades. And like, that was the first time I had been shot at with a grenade launcher. And like, that's a different kind of feeling. Like, that's a different kind of pucker factor. I was like so grateful for our 40 mics after that. Wow. Because that like, it takes so long for those things to come in. Like, and you hear them whistling over your head the whole entire time. And, you know, when me and my section leader, we realized they were specifically shooting at us two on this roof. And it was a roof. It had no lip to it at all. So it was just a flat roof, right? Yeah. And so it was just completely exposed as they were trying to pin us down with these 37 grenades. But I like just laid down hate for like 2 minutes straight, and then it finally calmed down to the point where we could get off that roof and get out of there.
What was your closest call in that? So you're there 7 months, or are you in that patrol base for 5, 6, 7 months? Are you there from the beginning until the end, until you get on that Freedom Bird?
We were in that area for the first 4 months, and then when they replaced us with that company, they put us into what we called the Brown Zone, which was more of an urban area, and then we were kind of doing the same thing, but all the super kinetic fighting was happening in the rural farmlands.
Okay, what was your closest call out there that you look back on and you're like,
dang. In one of those, when we were out in single file line, we got pinned down with PKM, and we had those, the command at IDs weren't something we worried about as much because we had those, some of the guys would wear these packs that they basically scrambled frequencies. And that the guy that was wearing that thing was right next to me. And you can tell when the snaps are like right next to your face, like they just sound a little bit different. And I'm just in the prone in this like cornfield. And there's no corn. It's just completely open. And I'm just being pinned down by this PKM. And after we lay enough fire down to move, the guy that was right next to me that had like one, it sticks up like maybe 6 inches above your head. They had like shot off some. There was like these like weird like tentacles that came out of the scrambler thing, and like a couple of those tentacles had shot off. And then the ID on the roof, like if I had been on the other side, would have been bad day, real bad day. Jeez. And there was like, I don't know. It was like that for a long time, to where it was just like, I know I'm getting shot at. Like the guy that's shooting is shooting at me. Like I'm out in the middle of the open, and I'm like watching rounds impact around my feet. And that was, I don't know. It was like that for like 2 months.
What are you taking forward, like into your next patrol based on the last patrol? How much did you have to adapt during your time there? If the enemy is putting these IEDs out and their pressure plate, and you're going out during the day and guys are getting vaporized and losing arms and legs, and you're going out there and you've accepted fate, but you're going out there doing the job. Anything you changed up throughout that time there?
They would definitely place IEDs in pass and easier places for you to cross an irrigation ditch or a tree line. And so you really had to like go through the most difficult thing that you could find, which slowed you down even more. And then we started doing leave behinds, which became very successful because it was in such a tight area. And we knew, all right, we're for sure going to be hit, from the northwest. So we're going to get out there, we're going to get shot at. You're going to stay here with an RO, radio operator, and a 240 Bravo light machine gun, and we're going to go out, do some stuff, but we're really just going out for you to observe what's going to happen before we get shot at again. And so it was a lot of that. It was a lot of, we know we're going to get hit from around this area. How can we place ourselves within what we're doing in order to accurately engage while we're doing this?
Was it a relief to go to the area that was more urban? From a hypervigilance standpoint, and thinking of it in terms of every step, maybe your last, did you carry that into the area that you worked for the last 2 months that was more urban and built up?
Yeah, it was. You couldn't really let go of what you had just went through, and still the IEDs were horrible in there. I think I rode in a vehicle like 2 times.
Oh, wow.
Throughout this whole 7 months. It was mostly all on foot. And then they get a little bit more brave in the urban areas because it was a larger swath. You have to be a little bit more spread out. So this one place, like we were in, as we were expanding our AO, we were in this one, like we were in a garage, Jack, like we were in a garage, and it was just a sheet metal door. And that was what was dividing us from the outside. It's like, if anybody knows that we're in here and they walk past with an AK, like they can kill all of us super easy. And so we would like have days like that where you're just like, all right, this is so dumb. This is so dumb. Why are we here? And then you get to a place where you get a little bit better security. And then, but there was always an element that had to like kind of be out in the open. And like these guys would get brave. And there was one post that like guys came up in the middle of the night, got in a firefight. They stole a 240. It was shit like that.
Are you part of a larger campaign at any point in here? Like, for the next 2 weeks, we're going to clear, sector X, Y, or Z. We're having armies coming in. We're going to have air overhead. Here's the people that we're going after specifically to take back to maybe Bagram for interrogation or anything like that? Or were you just like patrolling?
Just patrolling. Yeah.
What did your senior level leaders say when you're like, why are we here? Did anybody ever come by, like a general or a colonel, and tell you how important it was to do whatever you were doing out there?
Yeah. So while I was at Patrol Base Almas, it was Halloween, and the regimental colonel shows up, and we were at the point where we had taken a lot of casualties, but we were adapting. We were in the process of like becoming primal. Like all we cared about was killing the enemy and doing that every single day to the best of our ability. And we let some Marine Corps standards go. Like, we're living in a mud hut. Like, we weren't shaving every day. We weren't cutting our hair every day. Like, in order to wash clothes, we had to use 80 water bottles, put all of our clothes into something, and, like, mush it with our hands, you know. Mm-hmm. It was very shitty living conditions. And I wake up, I had watch. Always had watch. Always had, like, never was to the point where I got to get out of that. Nobody did. And I wake up at, like, I had watched from like 2 to 6 or something like that. And I wake up at like 8 and the regimental sergeant major is standing over me. And I'm like, just rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. And he's like, we had like Halloween streamers up on the thatched roof of our mud hut. He's like, what is all this voodoo bullshit up in here? You guys aren't doing your damn jobs. Man, I can't even believe this. Of damn snipers up in here thinking they can do whatever. And I'm like, what is going on right now? And then this guy, this regimental colonel, he puts us all in formation in the middle of our patrol base, which immediately I'm like, this is dumb. Why are you going to put us all in a group? And then like one mortar takes out 40 dudes and then we're done. Yeah. And he goes on to tell us that the reason that we're dying and the reason that we're losing guys and guys are losing their legs is because we're not cutting our hair. We're not shaving and we're wearing white socks. And I was like flabbergasted at this colonel who would be saying this stuff to us in the midst of what we were going through. And there was no conversation, like nobody came up to us and like, hey guys, how can we help you tactically, strategically locate, close with, and destroy the enemy? How can we make this situation better where we're more effective? That conversation, like, to my knowledge, never took place. And there was a photo, the colonel made my sniper section all stand together, and he's like, I want a photo of those shit bags. And we're like, what? Okay, so all my guys, we stand in a photo, and I get wind later what that photo was used for. So he took that back to Washington and was briefing because everybody was like, 3-5 is taking fucking ridiculous casualties. Like, what's going on? So we had to go report on it. And he basically said that, it was undisciplined Marines was the reason that they were taking so many casualties. And on this PowerPoint of this photo of us, and we look like fucking Neanderthals. And it says, stay is like the old term for snipers. Stay team 0, combat sneakers, porn star stashes. What a prize. And that was what was briefed in Washington. Was like, that's what was going on with the conflict, is that these guys were fucking everything up because they weren't adhering to Marine Corps standards. Yeah. And so like that, after that happened, I was like, fuck these guys, man. Mm-hmm. Like I'm over the brass and their capabilities. Like, you're like, these are my friends dying. And you're saying that the reason this is happening is because I'm wearing white socks? I'm like, you're out of your mind.
I think that guy's going to become a character in a future novel.
Well, that story's not done yet, as later I'm getting the only time my platoon all linked back up was for a memorial for my good friend Matt Abate, who was killed in December. We showed up in July, and it was the first time we had seen each other, and it was a very somber time. It was like, and he was, when I specifically said it, like, it was the one guy you didn't want to lose. Like, he was
what happened to
him? Call for fire. Took a piece of shrapnel to the neck. But this guy, Matt Abate, but he was up for the Navy Cross when he was killed, because kind of similar to what we had experienced, they would go out on patrol, get hit with an ID, get ambushed, and he pretty much single-handedly went out, swept a LZ for the medevac, led a counter-assault, to which he was in for the Navy Cross, and he got it after he was killed. And the PSD comes up, the security detail was also at the memorial, and they were telling us about this colonel. And like he would have to rotate around his area of operation, and he would only like come back like every 3 months or whatever. And so when he came back, this guy was telling us he was on patrol, and this Afghani walks up, picks up a rock, and I don't know how this happens, but he smashes the colonel's face in with a rock.
Killed him?
Well, they killed the Afghani guy. The colonel just got a smashed up nose because the PSD put the guy down right away. And so the story goes is that the colonel went back to the main fob, and he wanted his medevac to get moved up to urgent, and the corpsman's like, "Yeah, we can do that, sir, but I'm going to need to give you a full physical in order to make it urgent." And so the story goes, the colonel strips down, and he was wearing white socks. And this wasn't just like, we weren't the only ones that got the white socks. Like, this is just the medium in which I think the command was way outside their breadth and capability of what needed to be done. Mm. And so they were taking these tiny little things and like making them into a big deal. Like, I remember another one of my buddies, same thing. Like, he was carrying a litter to a bird and like was wearing white socks because he was in his PT gear, because he was like, he saw this situation unfolding. He was like helping get this guy to the bird, and like the colonel yelled at him as he was doing this because he was wearing white socks. And you're just like, what are we doing? It shifted from, I was more concerned with our own command and what they were trying to get us to do than like, I would rather just like be alone with 8 guys in the middle of the bush and fight the Taliban than have to deal with what was happening with our command.
I'm guessing that guy's a 4-star general now.
Probably.
Yeah. Maybe had a hand in the withdrawal.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, people don't realize a lot of times in the military, those that rise to the top are those who didn't pop positive on a piss test, didn't get too many DUIs, and didn't get arrested too many times for some sort of domestic violence or something like that. And they just stay there and don't do anything too rash, and just everybody else kind of goes away, goes to the private sector, starts their own companies, whatever, gets out, goes to school, whatever they're going to do. And these guys just kind of stay in. And,
yeah.
Man, that's crazy. And so on this deployment, is this when you decide, hey, when I'm done with this?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, pretty much. I was, even when we were in it, and we were getting into ticks almost every single day.
Troops in contact for those listening.
Yeah, sorry. I was like, man, I'm okay with this. Like, I'm okay with the fighting. Like, I'll keep doing this. It was when that happened that I was like, I'm out. Mm-hmm. I'm out. Like, I can't exist in this place where your higher ups are the biggest threat to your overall well-being, you know? So
that guy coming through, and the regimental sergeant major, what is the senior enlisted called?
Yeah.
Senior enlisted. They never once kind of tried to verbalize what you were doing and why you were doing it, and give you some support.
It turned into this hearts and minds conversation. They're like
targets. Yeah.
That we need to like work with the people in order to beat the Taliban. But like, the Taliban controlled everything. Like, we saw, especially as we were getting ready to leave, because the fighting season died down whenever opium production kicks off, and like the harvesting kicks off, and all the last 3 weeks of my deployment were quiet as a bird, just because the Taliban don't want to interfere with any of that. Like, their priorities are elsewhere.
They're getting a big percentage.
Yeah. And you saw these farmers who all of a sudden, like I remember being on a roof one evening and farmers walking up and like, what the fuck are you doing? And he brings us a case of knockoff Red Bull and a pressure cooker with a bunch of goat in it. And we're like, why are you doing this now? He's like, well, Taliban aren't here. And we can't, like, we're okay. Like, we don't have any issues with what you guys are doing. We hate the Taliban, but like they rule us with power and fear. Because when I left, poppy fields as far as you could see. It was kind of beautiful. But like you looked out and it was like, oh my God, I can't believe how much opium is coming out of this place specifically. I'm like, why are we letting this happen? Well, if the farmers have to grow the opium, otherwise the Taliban will kill them.
Yeah, they owe a certain amount.
Yeah. If we're like, hey, we'll make up the difference if you grow corn and cease your opium production, they'll just kill them. Like, how are you supposed to win that heart and mind?
I put a little bit of that in this latest novel, actually.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to you reading that chapter, see what you think.
And you see the conundrum that you're truly in, and the fact that they have such ease of movement in and out that they can do whatever they want. Like,
yeah.
And so we knew when we were in that down phase at the very end, when harvesting was going on, that, you know, our buddies that are replacing us are going to be in the fucking thick of it again. Because we're like trying to figure out how to do this, but we're sticking our nose in places that, like, if we fuck with their opium production, like their whole funding goes away. And so it was this weird middle gray area to where, like, we're trying to navigate this, but like there's no good way to do it. And on top of that, this like IED testing ground that was like, it turned into, like, what I really remember was like, we're going to help them with commerce. And I was like, okay. So there's this one main supply route that went through this whole area, and it kind of separated. On one side was what we called the green zone, which was where I was at the beginning, and then the brown zone, which was the urban area, which I was towards the end. And we ran those, you know, those giant Micklicks. I can't even remember, but it's basically, it looks like it's a tracked vehicle. And then these Micklicks were like, God, there's so many acronyms that I don't remember. APOBs. So it's like a large APOBs. But APOBs, we started implementing these very heavily as we were trying to clear large areas. But it's a string of grenades attached to deck cord and a backpack. And so you take these things off, and like if we had to clear a large area that we're like, there's probably something in here, we would just put the APOBs on the ground. There's a little rocket. Shoot the rocket takes off, grenades string out, pop it, you're good for 100 feet or whatever that was. I can't remember exactly how long it was. And so they had giant ones of these that were attached to tank vehicles, and they would blow giant sections. So what came out was like, we're going to clear, like, we're going to make this area better for them economically. But like, they didn't care.
You're giving them an alternative to the opium, which is difficult and not really wanted by the Taliban.
Yeah, it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
20 years. 20 years. What was it like to come home from that deployment? Did you guys go through Germany? Did you have a decompression stop, or were you just like going home, stop in Germany or Spain, and then land back in the US and back to your unit or whatever you're going to do next?
Yeah, I was back to Leatherneck. Leatherneck got attacked like 2 months after I left. And then I think we stopped for an hour in Alaska, and then we were back in Pendleton.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And you step off the bird, and what did you know what you're doing next, or do you have to let them know that you're not re-enlisting, or you're going to go to the reserves, or give them some sort of an option? What do you
I had
next?
I had to extend to go on that deployment. So I pretty much after we got out of that rural area, I made the decision, and I got about 3 sessions at a computer where I applied to Michigan State.
Okay.
And was like, I'm gonna switch up and I'm gonna go get an education and use my GI Bill. So we got back in April of 2011. I was going to school in August.
Okay.
Of that year.
That's pretty good. What'd you do from April to August?
Drove all my shit from California back to Michigan pretty much.
So you're out. You're kind of going the other pile and do your medical and dental.
The process of getting out and then driving back.
Okay. How was coming home as far as being hyper vigilant and thinking that every step could be your last to stepping off the plane back in Pendleton?
It was awful. It was awful. And there's a very large conversation to be had about quote unquote PTSD and like what that does. But what I like really got into the weeds on it because I was struggling mentally in the sense that my brain was still firing like I was in combat, but I was going to college and I was sitting around 18 and 19 year olds. Right. And I would become overwhelmed with anxiety for no reason. And that would like snowball effect. And I had to very consciously like acknowledge, like, I'm like, something's seriously wrong with how my brain is functioning right now. And I think a lot of times, like when we look at like PTSD is like this, like, oh, you got 1,000-yard stare. And it's like this old mentality of like World War I shell shock. But I really just think that it's more physical in the sense that it changes your brain when you're in that. And I'm not a doctor, obviously, but the analogy that I like to use is a 2-track in a dirt road. If you drive over that thing continuously, it's going to get deeper and deeper and deeper. And when you drive down that, your tires are going to go into that, right? And if you're thinking that way, the way your neurons fire, you actually create physical divots in your brain for those neurons to go down to. So my brain was still doing that thing where it's like, you're going to die, you're going to die, you're going to die. And that's all, like, that's what my experience was. It was like, I was dealing with this, like, I'm going to die on a daily basis. And it's like, but I'm not in a super, I'm not in a conflicting zone anymore. But you don't know all that when you're going through it, right? Like you're just like, oh, I'll be fine. I'll just get back to a normal way of life. But your brain is completely changed. And it takes a very conscious effort to acknowledge that, admit that something is quote unquote wrong or different, and then begin the process of like, okay, I gotta acknowledge that those 2 tracks are really deep. And then I gotta give it new stuff. You gotta live through a lot of it. You gotta allow your mind and body time to evolve and change.
And how long did it take you to come to that realization that you're in that rut and you need to do something to either get out of it or to put it in its proper place and perspective, or what was that journey like?
I think it was a couple years of not really knowing what was going on. Not being like I wasn't suicidal. I was just like, I just wasn't in a good place mentally. And I was masking it with alcohol, which is like what a lot of guys do. And like, oh, did you go and did you talk to anybody? I was like, yeah, I did. Initially. And the methods and therapy that they were trying to get me to do didn't make sense to me. It was like, write down your bad dreams over and over again and then rewrite them in a good way, as one of the methods to change your way of thought.
Or did you go to the VA, or did you go to the campus like hospital, or did you go to a private institution?
I did the VA. Yeah, I went through just the VA process. And then so that's like you go work at home on this, and then like when you go to talk to somebody, you're just like, hey, this is what I'm going through, and here's what's going on. And they're very like, I remember my initial consultation, and they were like skeptical of me because I think so many people go in there and try and cheat the system. I was talking to some psychologist, and like, so can you kind of tell me about what you experienced? And, you know, I would tell them, I'm like, you know, this happened. You know, did you see wounded American troops? I'm like, yeah, this happened. Like, did you return fire? I'm like, yeah, this happened. And they're like, so was that like a lot, or like, and I'm like, that was the first day. And then it was like that. And they're like, oh, okay. And then they just kind of shut up. And because they're not really equipped to like handle, oh, this isn't just like a singular incident. This is over time. And so I never really felt like I got much relief going through the traditional means. Yeah. The biggest thing really that like opened my eyes to things was the documentary that I did while I was going to school.
Yeah. It's on Logan Stark on YouTube?
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. It's on my YouTube channel. I uploaded that. I didn't make it to be uploaded to YouTube, and this was 2014, 2015. But the process of going through that and then showing it to a couple people, they were like, holy shit, like America needs to see this, or veterans need to see this, or whatever. So I went and published it, but the process of making that thing, what was really the thing that made me very, very self-aware, because I was able to take a lot of time to dedicate into that film project. And this was after, you know, in addition to that, I went into the school way too fast after getting out of the military. Like, I should have taken some decompression time, but I was gung-ho Marine, move on to the next mission, do it as fast as you possibly can, climb the ladder, which wasn't the best decision to do. Some decompression would have been a lot better in there. And so it was 2 years of me dealing with my mental state, and then also like not knowing what I wanted to do with my life. So I like bounced around to different majors. And then I met this one professor who was a vet. He literally would have been the guy like pushing the red button during the Cold War. Army officer type.
Turn your key, sir.
Yeah. And he mentored me, and like I took one of his classes. He's like, you're a really good writer. I think you should think about this. And so I was like, like, what? Like, I'm a Marine. Like, I don't write. I said, like, what are you talking about? And then, you know, I had a very good conversation with my mother, and I was like, I think I'm going to do this. Like, I think I'm going to go, the degree track was professional writing. And my mom's like, I think that's the greatest idea you've ever had. Awesome. I was like, okay. Didn't expect that. So here we go. And then it turned into really a multimedia writing track, multimedia communications. And so that was when I first started studying social media. And that's where I came at social media, was from a studio standpoint. From like analyzing it. And I did like reports on like how ISIS was using Twitter to recruit back in 2014, 2015, back then. And so I was like, okay, this is pretty interesting. And then it got into media production as well. And so I had an opportunity to work on one specific thing for a whole semester. I had this great professor who really, really helped me out through this whole thing. And at the beginning, we basically pitched projects within our small unit groups. And I was like, when I was in Afghanistan, I was the guy that was the archivist, I guess you could say, because the one really interesting thing about my time in Afghanistan was it was in this kind of like middle ground where GoPros, head cams had just kind of started coming out, but they weren't regulated yet. And so a lot of guys had cameras. And so I took it upon myself to scoop everybody's footage up. And I don't even know why I was doing that. I think it was my way of saying, like, with dealing with the loss of my friends, I was like, I don't think that America is going to remember this. Like, I need to do things that like are going to ensure that people remember what was done here. Mm-hmm. And so it became this perfect storm. When I was in school, I was like, I really want to dig into what my core group of friends is going through, what I'm going through coming back from Afghanistan. And I want to use this archival footage. I want to dig into like this PTSD term, like dissect it and like understand what it is. And like, I want to provide something that like other people can watch and like get value out of. And then also tell the story of my friends who paid the ultimate sacrifice, and then the guys who were there that were witnessing that. So I basically was like, brushed aside every other class that I was in at the time and just focused on this one film project. And I traveled across the country and I went and interviewed my friends, 4 years after it happened. And, as I went and did this, everybody was in the same state I was. Everybody was going through the exact same thing. We weren't talking about it together. Like, we were all just burying it, all pushing it deep down, not dealing with it, hiding it behind booze, whatever. And that medium of me sitting down to interview those guys, like, opened up this can of worms. And it allowed us to deal with these demons that we were wrestling with. And if you look at the documentary, basically it's myself, and then it's other guys that were like, they were in the other sections. So you get equal representation of my Scout Sniper platoon and the other sections that were in different AOs within Sangin. And so we all had our own like specific stories to tell within this. And like one of the guys, Matt, he had like this really weird track. Like, no one wanted to be next to him in a patrol because everyone near him would get shot. Oh, wow. He would never get shot, but someone next to him would always get shot. And so like he had this like stigma to him that developed that nobody wanted to patrol around Smith. Yeah. And then one of the other guys, Kevin, like he got shot in the head. His Kevlar stopped it, and he's like, he shows his Kevlar and shows where the bullet fragment stopped and like shows the fray Kevlar on the inside. And then Jordan Laird, who is like the most gung-ho Marine Scout sniper, like was put on this earth to do that job. And I'm interviewing these guys like before we were there, while we were there, after what you're going through now, and like getting this juxtaposition of what everybody's like in these different times, with this conflict as a central part of what we're doing. And I think it was just so raw in its delivery. It was that it transcended not only that specific part of OEF, but trauma in general. I had women come up to me who had been like abusive relationships that were like, that film allowed me to deal with what I was going through mentally, physically, within suffering trauma from my husband or boyfriend or whatever. And I was like, it really flipped a switch in me, understanding the impact, the positive impact that raw storytelling could have for people. And at the same time, memorializing those guys that we lost on that deployment. Yeah. And it becomes one of those, for me, it's almost a holy grail of sorts of like, not of like the universe, like put all these things together in one fell swoop in order to like deal with this thing that didn't make any sense. And like, your friends are dead because of these things, but like, we didn't get anything out of it. Like, I want to say so bad that we made that place a better place, but like, we didn't. Like, and we have to deal with that. And we have to deal with it together, and all of those guys that I interviewed, man, they've gone through some crazy highs and lows, man. Like homelessness, suicide attempts, like you name it. Like that track that was created as a result of being in that type of conflict for an extended period of time, like fucked with dudes. It really did. You know, I'm happy to say now we've worked through it, you know, but it just takes time to do that. And like everybody processes it in their own way, but you're really starting to see people in that group like come out of it and like be really positive impacts on society. And that's what I was just doing. I went back to Bridgeport in February, and the guy that I was with, that was the mountain instructor and sniper, he surprised me, and he invited Jordan Laird, one of the guys that I interviewed for the documentary. Like he second day he was there. And so I got to catch up with him. It's kind of what I'm working on right now is like after being with Black Rifle for so long, I have this itch to go back to that personal storyline and tell more, like what happened after that, because you're left with like, you're left with this. I don't know how to deal with what you just put in front of me in a lot of ways. It was moving, but processing wise, you don't get like utter relief. You just, you get the ability to sympathize with these guys who went through this thing. Yeah. And so I want to pick that story up, and, you know, Jordan has had a freaking hell of a go with it, man. Like, and I sat down to interview him, and he's, you know, suicide attempts, alcoholism, divorce, like you name it, like this guy's gone through it. And now, and this is all after the documentary came out, and now he's on track. Like he's a pastor in California. Wow. And he's taking all of this stuff, like he's taking all of these negatives, quote unquote negatives, and he figured out a way to make them into a positive and provide actual dialogue. Like the thing that I was missing, that I was talking about going to the VA, is like, I can't talk to them. They have no idea what you've been through, what you're talking about. And they just shut down when you're like, it was really bad. Like Jordan's a guy, he's not going to shut down. He's gonna be like, oh yeah, that really was it. Did it get worse? Like, tell me, like, I want to hear it. Like, I want you to spill your guts to me. I want to like do that. Cause like, I know what it's like to go through that. And the only way is to like get it out, to get it off your chest and not just bury it deep down in. And like, man, it's kind of beautiful that, you know, sometimes it takes a decade or more. Like there is for sure a light at the end of the tunnel. And if, you know, God, man, every time I talk to a Marine, catch up with them, it's like someone else has committed suicide. And no one knows how to deal with this conversation. Nobody's got a good solution to it. And it seems like it's one of those like pink elephants. It's like, if I start talking about this more, like, is it just going to make it worse? Or like, what do we do? Like, how do we handle this? I don't know. But my fallback goes to like some of the same principles that you developed leadership wise within the military and the Marine Corps. Is like, lead by example, man. Lead in a way that showcases that, like, regardless of what you went through and like what dumb decisions you made and whatever, you know, harm you caused to your family or others, like, use that stuff to become better. And like Jordan is an exact example of that like you can make it better and you can find that light at the other end of the tunnel. And so I'm really excited to be, you know, kind of coming back to some of that stuff and using storytelling as a means to like hopefully impact like good positive change in people.
Yeah, it's been a rough year, probably a few years on all the veteran suicide front. I mean, just very recently here. Navy Federal Credit Union wants to thank the men and women in the U.S. military for their important commitment to our country. For more than 90 years, Navy Federal Credit Union has made it their mission to help people in the military community. Navy Federal Credit Union is open to all branches of the military, veterans, and their families. Navy Federal's employees are veterans and military spouses, which makes them a part of the community they serve. They understand their members better than anyone. Members could enjoy earnings and savings of $349 per year, a regular savings rate 4 times higher than the industry average, an average credit card APR that's 5% lower than the industry average, award-winning 24/7 stateside member service, and 0.25% discounted rate on VA loans. Show your support for our troops with the hashtag military mission thanks. And my family thinks about veterans, those that are currently serving our nation each and every day, giving us these options and opportunities in the private sector. So everyone out there who has served and is serving, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Learn more about how Navy Federal is creating and celebrating the commitment that connects them to their members at NavyFederal.com/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Dollar value shown represents the results of the 2021 Navy Federal Member Give Back Study. Credit card value claim based on 2021 internal average APR assigned to members compared to advertised industry APR average, published on creditcards.com. NFCU reserves the right to change or discontinue promotions and rates at any time without notice. Navy Federal, check them out. But what was your plan then after making this film? Did you have a plan for after school or after the film, or what you wanted to do next or eventually? What are you thinking at this point?
I felt a lot better. The process of going through that was like extremely cathartic, and it was very positive in the fact that like I went on the other side of fear, and it provided immense amount of relief. There's this quote, I got it from a movie, but it's like I saw it and I was like, I can't shake this damn one, but it's in Atomic Blonde. Oh, that movie with Charlize Theron. And they're in a club and there's this light display and it says, everything you seek is on the other side of fear. And I was like, that describes my experience perfectly and the most simplest form and effect. And so that was like having that in your back pocket, knowing that like you're in a very deep, like hitting rock bottom can be a good thing in a lot of ways, and getting a little bit deeper into life. I think as you go through, like every rung of the ladder in life has a bottom that you have to hit and like reevaluate and self-assess what you're doing and go forward. And so I was coming off of that feeling very opportunistic with what could happen and what could come out of that. And the response that I got to publishing that was incredible. Like people were reaching out to me and offering me positions and all this stuff. And I was like, man, I was just trying to do something to reflect and memorialize and do something cathartic. And it like opened up this whole new world. And then all of a sudden, all these guys, like, I didn't know of Jared Taylor at that point and these guys, and started reaching out to me. And then I got a couple offers. I was writing for Funker 530 for a little while, which was like this, it was like the Lance Corporal Underground, like combat blog. Okay. It was like where we were publishing, like, hey, here's what's going on with conflict. But not from a super like professional like blog post stuff, right? And so I get the guy that was running that links me up with Jared Taylor, and then I ended up we were in discussion a few different entities about doing a documentary about Benghazi with Chris Peranto's story, and we all met up in Whitefish, Montana for his book signing. And that's where I met Evan and Matt and Jared, and like, you know, they knew me as this like documentary guy and Marine, and we hit it off. And a couple days later, Evan was like, "Man, you should think about coming to Salt Lake City and like getting into business with us and joining us on this endeavor that we're trying to do." And I was like, "That's like what?" This giant thing just landed in my lap, and it was one of those things that like I felt like because I had put myself out there in a way and like kind of prioritized, I don't know, I don't want to say healing, but like remembrance, like dealing with something, it opened up this whole new world to me that like that thing, that documentary, that like memorialization of those guys like led me to Black Rifle Coffee and the success that I've had since then. And you look at that and it seems serendipitous, and I don't know, it seems like storybook storylines. You know, I can't believe that it's happened that way. Like I've had so much incredible life opportunity as a result of that, and been able to, I think continue that same kind of powerful storytelling through a much larger entity.
Yeah.
That's hopefully impacted a lot more people in a positive way.
Yeah. I think that's like one of the most powerful things you guys do is allow people to see what's possible. And someone can look up, and using veterans in particular, but it doesn't have to be, hey, look what these guys did, you know, over a love of coffee and a love of creation. And look what they built. That's pretty cool. I don't have to go and just work for someone. I can create something I'm passionate about. It's been done before. These guys did it. I can do it too. Like I think that's awesome. Did you put together like a plan, like any sort of like a marketing plan, or here's where we want to go. I want to build out these new things on YouTube or Instagram or Facebook or whatever. And then did you think about that stuff? Like, how did you start thinking more, like how to use these platforms to reach an audience and build that audience and that community and all that? Like, how did that come about? Because you're making a documentary doesn't mean that you can do that sort of thing.
Right. Yeah. So, before I met the Black Rifle guys, I did that exact thing. I put together a business plan, and there's a brewery called Founders Brewery, and it's right next to my hometown. They were like a microbrewery, like they're huge now. They got the all-day IPA.
Okay.
And I had a job interview with them, and I showed up to the job interview with like, here's what you need to do on social media and through media for like the next year. And they looked at me like I was crazy.
Really?
Yeah. And I was like, I could tell by the end of that, like they weren't interested whatsoever. And I was like, okay, well, maybe this like, you know, super intrinsic thought out plan isn't necessarily the way to go. And so I think what I did when I got to Black Rifle was more so like getting invested into social media and how it works, and like just working. Like it was just a lot of like work. Like everybody knows it now, but like the daily amount of grind that you have to put into that stuff to have it grow and resonate, like it's a lot.
Oh, it is.
It's a lot.
Especially if you're one person.
Yes. And so that's what it was. It was like, it was a lot of like, hey, I want to do this. All right, do it, learn, grow. And then it was very step by step, more so than like a grand master plan of what to do, you know? And I think that speaks to the authenticity of what it's like to go through life now. Like, man, I try and make big plans all the time. It's like the world changes too fast to like become too attached to things or being unable or unwilling to adapt to to your current situation versus what you had been planning on, at this, at 6 months, we're going to be here. Like, but what if everything has changed in the middle of that?
You got to stay agile. Agile.
And that's what really, life has really taught me, since the time I started. It's like, just evolve. Like if you just focus on evolving and adapting, like you'll be okay. You'll be like, work your ass off, evolve, adapt. Like you can be very successful.
Got to put in the work. It's not going to happen if you don't. It might not happen if you do.
Yeah.
But it certainly won't happen if you don't put in the work. And when you look back at these last few years, what stands out as far as like one of the most meaningful things that you've been involved with Black Rifle or on the personal side, whatever it might be, like going to TAC, doing the Total Archery Challenge for veterans that we did out there. And we're bringing these guys out there that's, missing arms and legs, and, they're shooting using their mouth to shoot, and the other guy, like doing that. Like that was really meaningful experience. Like what, of all those projects that you guys have done, what one stands out to you as like the most meaningful or impactful?
Yeah. Funny. Yeah. You mentioned Total Archery Challenge. That has been like the thing I really look forward to every year. Because it's a no pressure, like get together with the boys, in a way. And it's a really good excuse for us to bother people for equipment and money and capabilities in order for us to do this thing. And you can see the relationships that develop within that. And the impact that it can have over time. And when I don't think that there's like one thing that really sticks out to me so much is like the grind of like, something may have done really good. You may have got a bunch of views on something, but like that thing's gone in a year, like I look back on, we did like Christmas carols on steel and like,
that's awesome.
It was awesome. And it did really well and it was super fun. But that thing, like, I can't let these like things, these singular things, like kind of really define, like, for you, is it like, In the Blood is my favorite. It's like, no, I just really like this idea of this like body of work that like you've been able to put together. Like that's what I look back on, like this body of work.
Nice.
That's been like impactful in so many different ways. And like, there are these like really cool chapters within the way, but like the body of work is the thing that like feels like a warm coffee hug.
Yeah. And it's a lot of work. A lot of people see the end result and see quote unquote overnight success, and they see it in Hollywood with stars, they see it in business, they see, and I haven't really met an overnight success yet.
No, I haven't either.
It's work that goes in at all these foundational levels and all this sacrifice and all this prioritization, and all this thought, but mostly effort, to get to that place where you're now an overnight success.
Yeah.
So, and thinking of things as overnight successes, I think it's detrimental to the person that's putting it in, that's framing it that way, because if they try something and fail, then they weren't an overnight success, and all of a sudden it's a hit, and you're going to take the hit. It's part of it. And it's about building that foundation, and it's long term, and eventually maybe you'll be an overnight success to somebody else, but that didn't realize all these years of work, then sacrifice that you put in, and whatever foundation it is, whether it's positive or negative, but taking that negative, like we talked about, turning it into a positive, figuring out how to do that along the way, because you'll have to do it eventually. So figure it out sooner rather than later. But some people take a longer time than others, but eventually getting back up in a way that's positive and influences those around you in a positive way. I think that is you'll eventually need to do that. And if you decide to get up in a way that kind of, complaining, negative, then you're impacting that circle that you have, whatever it is, a spouse, kids, whatever, 5 people at work, whatever it might be, or 1 million people on social channels. But you get to decide, but eventually you got to get up and keep moving forward. So you get to decide how you're going to do that. But it's a lot of work. And I know you put a ton of work into all these things, that even what we just mentioned, the Christmas carols on steel, you didn't go out and do that in an hour.
Yeah.
Like that is a lot of work goes into each and every one of these projects. Same thing with the books. My favorite is always the one I just finished so far. Anyway, I don't know if it'll always be that way, but so far it's always been the one that I've just finished. So right now my favorite is Only the Dead. And the next one probably will be the one that I finish and comes out next May. Yeah. But, I'm not for sure yet, but that's how it's been thus far. But that is a lot of time, energy, and effort. You put in a lot of evolving, a lot of thought, a lot of sweat equity, and you're making it happen. What did it feel like when you guys went public?
At the time, it was New York. That was early 2021. And like the day we were there, like they lifted the mask mandate, and I was like, these people are going to hate us and they're not going to like us at all. And like they rolled out the red carpet for us, and like it was surreal. Mm-hmm. It was very surreal, like to be on the New York Stock Exchange trading floor. Like, how the fuck did I get here? That kid that was selling peas is now on the New York Stock Exchange floor. Like, it was really cool. It was something that I'm very fortunate to have been a part of, and that's kind of my whole track within Black Rifle is like, I'm not one of the founders. Like I came in like just after it started, and like, holy shit, am I grateful to Evan and the opportunity and the freedom that he has provided, not just for me, but for thousands of veterans across this country in order to like, figure out how they want to live post-military, So grateful to just be a whole part of those things. And like, it's just another chapter, so to speak, in the larger story. And, I think it'll take a few years to like completely weigh out, public versus private, and the economy's shit right now. And, you get a lot of, why is Black Rifle stock going down? Like everything's going down, or most everything it seems like is going down. So it's like, it's a new thing that you got to be aware of and work towards. It's like you want it to be this celebratory, like we made it, but it's more like the work just started in a different way, and it was really, really surreal to be a part of. But it's just like, man, you just got to keep working. Yeah. Just got to keep working on yourself, keep working on the business, developing things, trying to think outside the box. I'm very mindful of body of work now, and like trying to create something that will be almost everlasting. Yeah.
And how is it the journey been as from the hypervigilance standpoint, post-traumatic stress standpoint, throughout time, from making that film and moving forward, and then doing all these amazing things with Black Rifle and putting together Total Archery Challenge veteran events and all these things that you've done? How's that hypervigilance and post-traumatic stress journey been from back then to today?
Yeah, it's been awesome, honestly. So when you take that thing, the perceived negative, and like, it's no different than, physically training, like focus on your weaknesses and make them better. And I've never stopped doing that, to the point where I have kind of allowed myself to be a science experiment in some ways, by trying to do things to, potentially heal my brain, change my brain, change the way I think, the way I act, in a strictly improvement sense. And so, I was very curious about some of the psychedelic treatments that veterans were going through, pretty early on. I went down to Peru back in 2018 and had my first like true, like ceremonious, excursion with psychedelics. And that was really good for me. That really opened my mind up to the potential for what I am and what I could be. The things that I saw the lessons that like you try and break it down. So like, so you're going down there to the jungle and you're taking some potion and you're receiving messages, quote unquote, and you're seeing visions. But you really have to like digress. Like, what are these things really? Is it just me trying to tell myself lessons? And this medium of psychedelics has been a lubricant to allow that to be more easily accessible. And then you get to the point where you're like, oh, okay, so I do know what I need. I do have that internal dialogue that already exists that I can tap into. I just needed to be exposed to something in order to allow me to specifically understand that, right? And my ayahuasca journey, like, it's like easy. I'm watching it right now. Like it was that strong. Like it is a hyper powerful memory that I was able to go through down there, and it was fun. You know, like,
how'd you find out about it initially?
You know, specifically, this one was like a lot of the other things that have happened in my life was like kind of just like, oh, all of a sudden it was like, oh, it's right there. Like it almost found me in a way. But the Heroic Hearts program that I went down there with, they had reached out to Dan Holloway, who runs the Drinking Bros podcast. And he knew that I was interested and had been talking about that as a potential means in which to grow. And so he linked me up and was able to facilitate it. And there's a bunch of moments that like were life altering within that one trip. I preface this with saying, like, I don't think everybody needs to go do this. I don't think it's for everybody. I think that it needs to be like really sought after. Like, I think it's a commitment. Like, would you go commit to 10 years of therapy? Like, probably not. But it's that smashed into 10 days. And
were you nervous?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're like going to the other side, essentially, you know, I think it's most easily explained as almost like a near-death experience where you have to like let go of your ego and accept what this new chemical is doing as it interacts with your brain and body. Mine was, a huge roller coaster, like incredible highs and incredible lows. But the visions that I had were like exorbitantly like meaningful and like lesson oriented. So very early on, I got a quote unquote guide. Like there was a voice that was like with me always. And as the session started to develop, it kind of like took on a different shape and it like had more of a physical form. But initially it was just like this, like there was just always something with me kind of moving and talking me through everything. And what I really love about that process of ayahuasca is you understand your brain is capable of way more than what you think. It is like a potential viewer to where you're like both from a like colors, shapes, visions perspective, but also like what your brain can put together when it's mixed with this substance. And I'm going through it and it was very like, it was like being in an awesome 3D movie, except it's 4D to where you're like, you feel like you have eyes in the back of your head and you're witnessing the universe and the galaxy in its totality and you feel a part of everything. And it's like, you just feel one with everything. And anybody that's ever experienced that knows how wonderful it is. But then it would like stop. And all of a sudden I was like in a classroom, except my classroom was space. And this thing is talking to me. And specifically I stopped in space and this thing's in like, there's a giant peanut butter and jelly sandwich, like the size of the Death Star, just sitting in space. And this thing starts talking to me.
The peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
The guide starts talking to me about the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And he's like, Logan, you see the top slice of bread? That's life. The bottom slice of bread, that's death. And then as he's saying this, we like move towards the peanut butter and jelly. He's like, the peanut butter and jelly, the ooey gooey goodness of what life is.
Making me hungry.
Yeah, I know. I always like peanut butter and jellies. He's like, that's where you need to focus on existing. And then it was very specific. It was like, you need to spend 20% of your time in the peanut butter and jelly if you want to optimize the other 80% of your life. If you ever get to a point where you struggle with like what you're supposed to be doing, how you're supposed to be doing it, life in general, like if there's ever like a conscious, like you need to come back to this 20%. But it was like using very weird metaphors in which to get me to this. It could have been done like, a million different ways, but it gave me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You just accept what you get. And it was like, the peanut butter and jelly is this middle state, this state in which you feel open towards other types of thought processes and understandings. In order to tap into this, you need to pursue yoga, meditation, moving meditation, running, and then it needs to be put out through a format of writing. So it's like, here's your task, here's what you do with it. It was like, if you ever run into issues, ever like your first question to yourself would be like, are you abiding by this 20% optimization rule? And like, that's pretty good, intense lesson to be learned in the midst of all of that in the middle of the jungle. Something tangible that you can take away and keep with you for the rest of your life with you. Your unconscious mind knows how you need to exist so much better than the meat sack version of yourself, and having that little tool in your toolkit to be able to tap back into has provided me such a better life track as I move forward and try and grow and start stacking some of this stuff on top of each other.
How many sessions do you have down there? Do you do like 3 different ones, 4 different ones, 2?
It was 4 over the course of 10 days.
10 days.
Yes.
Where are you living down there while you're doing this?
There was this whole community, kind of. It's 10 buildings in the middle of the jungle. Went primarily with combat veterans. And it's like there's a Maloka hut where you go and do the ceremonies. And then there's like these tiny little like cabins.
Do you do it all together? Are you all together?
Yeah.
While you do it? And you have, how many people are like making sure you don't fall forward into like the fire pit or something, or like wander off into the jungle?
Yeah, there's almost a 1-to-1.
Okay.
You got somebody watching you, or they like, you two are me, but like you can't leave.
Yeah.
You can't leave that Maloka hut before like 6 hours or something like that. Keep everybody.
Are you lying down, or are you like an Indian style? Are you leaning against the?
It's just an open thing. Wall? You get like a little mattress.
Oh, okay.
And then, it's kind of depending on how you're feeling. It is very hard on your body. There's lots of puking and purging and shitting, and it's not a overly enjoyable experience.
Yeah, you're not selling it right, that part.
Yeah, I know. And like I said, I don't.
No, you're not selling it.
I don't think it's for everybody. Yeah. Like I think it's for people who like want to explore that side of life. And it really, you don't need to. And that's kind of the evolution of that. That was back in 2018. I'm working on like, how do you get that without going to Peru and drinking jungle juice? How is there a way for us in which we can tap into this and get ourselves in the same thought process that we get essentially through these like almost near-death experiences, where our unconscious mind is the primary driving factor in which we process and think about certain things. And I'm like super happy to say it very recently, but I have I've been very adamant about breathing exercises and prioritizing exercise or breathing in the form of like exercise. So it's like, I do pull-ups all the time, but like I never work out my lungs, like never focus on my lungs. So I shifted that and I started just doing that. And I was able to essentially get high on my own supply to where I could feel through this process of breathing and breath holds a wave of DMT like come over me and experience the same things I did when I was ingesting it in a different format. I was able to like get that by myself. Why does that matter? Like, why is that something you would want? It's definitely one of those things where you have to experience it in order to understand the true meaning of it. But this process of allowing this chemical to be released in your brain, it's what happens when you die, is DMT gets released. It is essentially a, like, everything's going to be okay type of chemical. And so when you're in this, like, you feel love in a way that you've never felt it before. You feel connected to things in a way you've never felt before. You feel selflessness. You feel like time doesn't exist. You feel effortlessness. You feel this like almost euphoria and okayness with who you are as a human. And after getting that through exterior means and then working through this process over years to like I can tangibly say, I know that I was able to release a large amount of DMT into my brain through breathing exercises is like, it's mind boggling to me. I think it's so freaking cool that I was able to work myself at this point. It took me 4 or 5 years before I like put all that together. Like that's a crazy amount of time, just like understanding what's going on. How can I adapt myself to this and not need it? Like it's self-therapy in the greatest sense. And the true joy of feeling love in a different type of way, it changes the way that you walk forward in the physical realm. Yeah.
Did you ever feel like you wanted to go back to the jungle and do that again? Or is that like a one-time experience and I'll take those lessons and move forward with them? Or you ever think, I wonder what it would be like if I did that a second time?
The point for me has always been so I don't need to go do that again. And
do people go back for multiple sessions?
Some people do. Yeah. I mean, like, Graham Hancock, the author, he just had that Ancient Civilizations book, or series on Netflix. He wrote America Before. He's been down there like over 200 times.
200 times?
Done it a ton. So I don't have any desire to go back to Peru to do that now, but like I've tapped into it in a different way. Like I'm getting the same types of things. And then also along the way, like I've been able to participate in ingesting it in different types of ways so that like you start to see the differences between like smoking DMT versus ingesting DMT through ayahuasca and like what the differences are between those things. And then like, what about mescaline? What about mushrooms? What about ibogaine? Like I've dipped my toe in all of these different things in order to experience them and then essentially like do exactly what I'm doing right now. You don't need to go down to the jungle to do this, but the pursuit of that, of DMT chemical mixture in your brain and having something that can put you into a flow state is a pursuit that every human on the planet should be undertaking because of the byproduct of how you feel immediately after. And so the great pursuit now is like, how do you stay in this? Because all these other people I know that go down there, like they work out of it. Like like our modern way of living is not conducive towards staying in that. Like, and every single day there's more and more things that trigger dopamine in different types of ways that pull you away from that. Social media, you name it, can get you out of that sense, or you're stressed out because you're overworked in it for a certain amount of time. Like you don't feel that complete love that complete oneness with your environment. And until you just get a little bit of taste of that, you're not even going to know that it's there. Mm-hmm. And for me, that taste is like, that was like the touch of God in a way, to where like you have so much more potential than you even knew before. Mm. And like, all you got to do is like work on it and like be in pursuit of it.
Man, you're making me want to get those gravity boots and drink my little tea in the morning and my sauna. No, just kidding. Okay, I think I might have to. I think it's coffee and bourbon.
Yeah.
Coffee in the morning, bourbon at night, just to be clear to everyone out there. You know, don't want to switch those up. I think when you switch those up, then.
And I'm a weirdo. Like, you know, I'm like, I'm not saying like I've found the solution to everything by any means, and nobody, like, very few people are gonna like go down the track of self-exploration I have, but the search for that, the search for internal peace, I think is something that everybody should be in stride for.
Man, love it. So what's ahead then? You have Coffee or Die magazine. You guys put out some great stuff on there. If anyone's not following Coffee or Die on social channels or on the website, checking out those articles, definitely check those out. So you have that going on. What else is going on on the path ahead here?
You know, there's nothing that I'm like willing to just drop right now. We're in this process where like we really want to like tap into the feelings that we had when we first came about it. And like we run through these things like we really like starting something new, and then like doing that, because you get kind of stuff just gets stale after a little while. So like we're really analyze, like we're not paralysis by analysis. We're looking at things like what does the people really want to see? What do they really need to see? Is the magazine, is the social media stuff, is the mini doc stuff? Like we're in this like really strong collecting state right now to like how do we like move forward in this as we're now a public company and like kick everything off.
Yeah.
But I have one really big project that I really want to do. And I want to break the world record for the most Marines singing the Marine Corps hymn at one time together.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I think we can do it.
Oh, I know you can do it.
But I want to, like, if we did Dallas Cowboy Stadium.
I wasn't gonna say that because I didn't know if you wanted to put out like an idea right now, but that's the first thing my mind went to.
Yeah, Dallas Cowboy Stadium, 80,000 Marines belting out the Marine Corps hymn. Do it live, raise a bunch of money, and just like let that stadium rock.
That's awesome. What is there a world record right now?
I don't know.
Are you creating a new category?
I think we're creating a new category, yeah.
That'd be amazing. Speaking of world records, 7 continents.
Oh, yeah.
7 days, 7 jumps for Folds of Honor. Those pictures were awesome.
It was, I'm still in awe of that whole trip. And I really can't believe that we did it in the time that we did.
Less than 7 days, right? It ended up being 6 days and something?
6 days, 6 hours. Like we almost did it in 5. And it's really, the thing that sticks out the most to me was how right everything went to the point where you're like, it sounds so weird to say, but it's like, you feel like you're being like guided by something, like something's like helping you out. Nothing went wrong.
Well, you had some flights canceled. You had to adapt.
The flights in Miami, when we were in Miami, the FAA shut down. That actually ended up helping us because we were like, we still got to do this. So we ended up chartering a private plane just for the leg from Miami to Barcelona. And we were actually able to get a good night of sleep on that plane, which reinvigorated us after, because Spain was jump 4. So we were like, after jump 4, we were like, ready to go. And so all of the like things that went wrong ended up helping us. And we had a Canadian with us, Glenn Cowan, and he was the first one to say, he's like, man, the boys are with us. Like, you can't deny the fact that like you kind of feel their presence as you're going through this. And the way that we formatted it was like everybody was jumping in honor of fallen. And so I was jumping for Matabate, who I was talking about earlier. And like, man, it's hard to argue the feelings that you get that like the boys were with you and like guiding you on that whole entire process. And like, it could have went sideways so many different times. Starting in Antarctica, like the time that we jumped in Antarctica kept getting pushed back, and
that's when the clock starts, right?
It was when it started. So like we got to jump in Antarctica as like a backup, and then the weather turned, and so we were waiting for the weather to come back, waiting for the timing to start for the 757 to take us out of there. Well, the weather didn't turn, and then it turned right when the 757 got delayed. And then, so we were able to push our jump back even further, get on that 757, get back to Chile, and jump the next morning. It was like that the whole time.
What was it like jumping in Antarctica when you're flying? What's that look like?
Like a different planet.
Yeah.
It's when you're in the air, so much of that, like there's not a ton of mountain ranges, but one direction you're looking and you see a just white mountain range as far as the eye can see. And then the other way is just white. And it's a little trippy because you kind of feel like you're lost in space a little bit. And it's so freaking cold at altitude, We were overdressed for the first jump, and I'd shed some stuff for the second. The second one was chilly. But you're just falling towards this like whiteness. And it's another one of those life experiences where like there's 40 people that have done it.
Yeah.
That jumped in Antarctica ever in the world.
That's crazy. And wasn't there an incident with one of those? Didn't somebody burn in? Or the first people to try it or something like that. I may be messing this up because I'm going off like the 20-year-old info or maybe longer.
No, you're right. It was first jump at the South Pole. They were trying to do a South Pole jump. And to my understanding, a couple of the guys had turned their ADs, their automatic deployment systems, off. And then they just like lost depth perception and just didn't deploy. Yeah. I think the one guy that survived I think there was 3 of them. The one guy that survived had his AD on, but they didn't have altitude awareness.
Yeah. Scary. And then the pyramids. Dang.
Yeah. I think that's
wild.
One of the most iconic images that I've ever been a part of.
Oh yeah.
To this point. To be directly over the pyramids, and I've always been obsessed with the pyramids too. Yeah. There's something to them that like I still don't think that we have it figured out as far as the theories of what they were actually used for and how they were built. And there's so many different. I don't know if you've ever gone down that thought track, but there's so many different theories on that.
I think now it's fairly. There's concrete evidence that it was actually aliens. Yeah. Over the last couple months, I think that they've concluded that.
Yeah, I think the government released that right after they showed us a bunch of videos of UFOs, if I remember right.
It's pretty impressive seeing the pyramids. I mean, and you saw it from the air, jumping, amazing, incredible photo. Gosh. Yeah. Wow. I was following along. On the journey.
Yeah.
From back here.
Being under canopy, I remember. Like I was looking down between my feet, like directly over the Grand Pyramid. I was like, fucking life is awesome.
Nice.
Awesome.
Nice. And you guys get back here, knock it out. Man, amazing. I saw you on Fox, get the whole team together, talking about it, raising some money for Folds of Honor. And what does Folds of Honor do? How'd you get involved with them?
They have been attached to the project from the very beginning. And they basically provide funds to Gold Star families who have lost loved ones in the line of duty. And then they opened it up even further. So people, stateside, law enforcement, firefighters, anybody who's killed in the line of duty domestically as well is also eligible to receive funds for their families. So like you see this ripple effect of what doing something like that can have. Yeah. And I think it speaks to doing the right things for the right reasons, can put you in a place of really cool life endeavors and success in different types of, not personal success, but like community success. You know.
Amazing. And what's coming up this year? Got hunts on the books? What do you got going on?
I'm trying to get to New Zealand. It's on the bucket list.
Yeah.
You went down there and did that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
Go get a red stag in New Zealand.
That's fantastic. Beautiful. Love
and
New
then,
Zealand.
yeah. And then elk. I didn't draw any tags this year, but I have 4 freezers full of meat right now.
Have you noticed in the garage, there's a couple freezers in there as well.
Yeah. So I'm like, I'm handing
More
stuff
than a
out.
couple.
It's hard. Like I can't wait to get out there, but I'm also at the same time, I'm like, I don't have any more room for meat. So like,
I know we were supposed to do a wild game dinner tonight as part of this. There's always so much going on. At least got to see you though. Yeah. But yeah, we got to do a wild game dinner again. Yeah. And empty some of these freezers. Like your freezers are in a different state, but mine are right here and there. I don't know how, but we eat wild game constantly and you can't make a dent. I don't know what's going on.
I know.
It's amazing.
And I do it. I feed my dogs. I supplement their food with elk meat too.
Okay.
Which I think really, really helps them.
Nice.
So even with that, I'm like giving it away and still have so much left.
Nice. No, I love cooking it up here. Got to get a couple more when this stuff melts outside. A couple more different. It's like the birch barrel. I love the birch barrel because it's real, smoke. Of course, pellet grills are just easy. You press the button, and that's nice. But I like being out there around something. So I like to be like around the fire. So I'm going to add like a green egg and add maybe a Yoder or something. Anyway, going to add a few different things. So there's options, but I like the ones where you have to be outside so you can, pour the whiskey and just hang out outside and, watch it and just be a part of that. Although the pellet grills are convenient.
Yeah.
But I much prefer just to be standing around it and cooking that sort of a thing.
Yeah. I'd really like just doing back straps over open flame.
Yeah. There's something about open flame and fire.
Yeah.
It's a good way to go. But, oh man, well, we'll do it. We'll do a wild game dinner going around here shortly. We'll do that soon.
Yeah, let's do it.
Next time you come past.
Yeah.
Man, thank you for taking the time today.
Thanks for spending 4 hours.
This was awesome.
Yeah.
This was awesome. And hopefully we'll get out a field together soon or get out Total Archery Challenge or come up here and we have the 20 plus 3D targets around here, a little personal Total Archery Challenge around here. You can walk it different directions for the different distances and angles and all that sort of thing. So we can shoot it next time.
Yeah. I'll just bring the bow up here.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome, brother.
Yeah,
awesome.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks so much for having me. Thanks so much for being here. All right, brother.
4 hours.
Later.
Today's episode is also brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company. Grab a can of Black Rifle coffees ready to drink. The perfect balance of quality and convenience. If you want a Spartan level caffeine kick, try Ready to Drink 300. Available in salted caramel, vanilla bomb, and more. Made with an electrifying blend of MCT oil and amino acids. Ready to Drink 300 packs a caffeine punch that'll supercharge your day. Ready to Drink is perfect if you need your coffee quick, and shopping with Black Rifle Coffee helps give back to the veterans and first responders who serve our nation. You can stock up on cans at blackriflecoffee.com or grab an ice cold can at a convenience store near you. You can stock up at blackriflecoffee.com/dangerclose and use code DangerClose20 at checkout for 20% off your purchase and your first coffee club order. blackriflecoffee.com/dangerclose for 20% off.
Welcome to the gear highlight portion of the Danger Close podcast. First off, thank you again to Badass Workbench. That is badass-workbench.com. This thing is solid. Absolutely love it. All right, Schnee's right here, schnees.com, SCHNEES.com. These boots right here, these are the exact ones that I first started wearing over a decade ago. They're still going strong, and these ones are ones that if you go into the backcountry and want to come out heavier with an elk on your back, these things are the way to go. Absolutely love these boots right here. So go check them out, schnees.com. They also make an awesome belt, and I love this belt. I got this maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, but there is my pistol right here. This is the SIG P365 in the BlackPoint tactical holster. As you can see, BlackPoint tactical right there. They put the type of pistol that the holster is designed for right there on the holster. So as you're digging through boxes looking for something, it's easy to identify. Absolutely love that. And of course, love the SIG P365. All right, the belt right here from Schnee's. Look at that right here. Love this belt. So that's, if I'm carrying a heavier pistol, then I'll go for an actual gun belt that's specifically made for a heavier pistol. But with the P365, it's a light subcompact pistol, so you don't need to worry as much. But maybe you do. Once again, this is just what I do. It doesn't necessarily mean it's right for you. But love the Schnee's belt right there. And officialjackcarr.com. Got to have those coasters right here. Upper right-hand corner, shop for the merch. And right here, the Maxtracks. These are the Maxtracks minis. So these are the small ones, and these are the ones that I have in my wife's car and in my daughter's car. It comes in this case, and we didn't have to use these ones this winter, but had to use the larger ones and had to use another set of the minis. But fit in this case, just go in the back of the car, and they kind of forget they're there until they need them up here in the mountains. So with this and a shovel and a couple other things, you can get out a lot of situations that you find yourself in on these slippery roads up here. So the Maxtrack minis, yeah, perfect for my wife's car, my daughter's car. All right, Sitka backpack. I'm a backpack person. I've been using this for years now. I love this drifter bag right here. If you see me walking through the airport, please feel free to say hi. Usually I have a couple books in here to sign, a couple paperbacks I carry around with me. I always carry the tourniquet in here as well, headlamp in here as well, laptop so I can get some writing done. But the drifter bag is like my EDC backpack. So love this thing. It's awesome. It's not waterproof, although it looks waterproof. It's water resistant. But using this thing for almost every single trip. Actually, I'd say every single trip for the past, 5 years or so. Whenever it first came out. Actually, before it first came out, I was testing it, and I love this bag. So Sitka Drifter backpack right there. And in the vehicles right here, Dark Angel Medical. They have a bunch of different kits, but this one is fairly robust. And I have one, a little smaller one that goes on the motorcycle. This one is in my truck, and definitely Dark Angel Medical. Check them out. They also offer training. So great to have this stuff. Even better to have this stuff and get the training. And by the time this video drops, my book will have already been out for a couple weeks, but Only the Dead. I just opened the box for this the other day, so this is the first day of me having the hardcovers in possession. But right there, this is a long one. See that? That is the longest James Reese Terminal List novel to date, and also the most brutal. And that is on shelves right now. That's it for today. Take care out there. Thank you for tuning in to the Danger Close podcast, an Ironclad original presented by Navy Federal Credit Union. My novel, Only the Dead, is on shelves right now. To find out more about Logan Stark, go to his Instagram at Logan Stark. That's LOGANSTARK. Also, check out what they have going on at blackriflecoffee.com. You can follow me on the social channels at Jack Carr USA, officialjackcarr.com. That is the website. Click on shop in the upper right-hand corner for the merch. And if you enjoyed this conversation, be sure and leave a 5-star rating and review wherever you get your podcasts. Until the next time, take care out there, stay safe, be strong, keep fighting.